Chapter 3083. The scene became very quiet. Dragon-riding Celestial Master looked at Ning-Chi, and the joy in his eyes intensified. From the strength Ning-Chi had displayed, he was already stronger than the two Celestial Masters. Moreover, he knew that Ning-Chi had the intention to help the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal region. After killing the bandit who had been plundering the various chambers of commerce, Ning-Chi had given the Cosmos Ring to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and asked Xing Yue to sell it to the immortals here at half price. Even the dragon that the dragon-riding Immortal Lord was riding on widened its eyes as it inspected Ning-Chi curiously. Then, it noticed the silver dragon tattoo on Ning-Chi's neck. At that moment, the dragon's expression underwent a drastic change. Its eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Old Ancestor Faithheart's countenance turned pale. She didn't expect that as an Immortal Lord, not only did Qin Dong fail to help her suppress Ning-Chi, he was even forced out of Azura Planet by Ning-Chi. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In that case, it should be her turn now, right? Thinking of this, she already began to regret. Just now, if she had Dugu Yunyue and the others cut off one of their arms, this matter could have been resolved. But now, it's your turn. Ning-Chi looked indifferently at Forefather Disloyal and the rest. Puff! Dugu Yunyue decisively chopped off her left arm. Then there were her two junior brothers. Ling Xuanzi was next. The group of elders that Ling Xuanzi brought were still fine and decisive, but Ling Xuanzi's good friends chopped off their arms with incomparable grief and indignation, throwing the blame on Ling Xuanzi in their hearts. As for Ning-Chi, they didn't even dare to have any resentment. Disloyal heart, don't make me attack. Ting Kong looked at Patriarch Disloyal with rage in his eyes. Just now, Qin Dong had suddenly attacked Ning-Chi. It was obvious what was going on. Puff! Old Ancestor Disloyal had chopped off her own arm. Her face was slightly pale. After losing this arm, her strength had decreased by at least 10%. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. Hu Qing snorted coldly. When Patriarch Devious Heart heard that, his heart was filled with immense resentment. However, he did not dare to express it in the slightest. Since the matter has been resolved, you guys can disperse first. Dragon-riding Immortal Monarch waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes. Ting Kong bowed respectfully. Then, he left with Ancestor Disloyal and the others and flew towards Shura Sect. When the others saw this, they also dispersed. They wanted to stay for a while longer, but since the Immortal Lord had spoken, how could they disobey? Oh yeah, in the future, don't casually broadcast the battles on Azura Planet. Turn it off in case the news leaks to the Devil Race. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord spoke again. Many people's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then they resentfully turned off the live broadcast. However, they were still very happy in their hearts. Just this short live broadcast had earned them cultivation resources that they would not be able to save for decades or even centuries. They had made a huge profit. Fellow Taoist Ning, this is not the place to speak. Please follow us. Dragon-riding Immortal Sage cupped his hands at Ning-Chi. The giant dragon under his feet suddenly shrank and flew to his shoulder. But his eyes were still looking at Ning-Chi. To be exact, he was not looking at Ning-Chi, but at the silver dragon tattoo on his body. Shura Sect. Sect Leader Palace. Ever since the three immortal monarchs took charge of the Azura Planet, the Azura Sect had temporarily become their base. Duan Injun, Limacho, and Hu Qingzi had already moved to a mountain peak in the Azura Sect that was rich in spiritual energy under Ting Kong's arrangements. As for Ning-Chi and the three immortal monarchs, they sat in the sect leader's hall. There were no servants around, only Ning-Chi and the three others. To think that something like this would happen during this period of time, Dragon-riding Immortal Lord put down the All-Heavens Talisman and sighed. Dragon-riding, you have to change your bad habit of not using the All-Heavens Talisman. Immortal Lord 3 Chi smiled. Water-dripping Immortal Lord nodded in agreement. Dragon riding immortal lord laughed. I'm not used to it. Looks like I have to change it in the future. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Ning, it's all thanks to you that Planet North Wilderness survived. Otherwise, the Northern Wilderness battlefield would have lost at least 70% of its vitality. The strongest beings in the Northern Wilderness battlefield were all on Planet North Wilderness. If they were all devoured by Lucifer, it would mean that the entire Northern Wilderness battlefield's strength would have been reduced by 70%. It could be said that Ning Qi had not only saved Planet North Wilderness, but also the entire Northern Wilderness battlefield, and all the immortals and mortals behind the Northern Wilderness battlefield. Dragon riding immortal lord, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his fists. Sigh, if everyone could be like fellow Taoist Ning, the celestial world's chances of winning this demonic invasion would not be so low. Dragon riding immortal lord sighed. Langya immortal emperor sent 2 early-stage immortal lords. His attitude is already very clear. Lin Shui immortal lord said faintly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Actually, they had already guessed the reason why Tiandao family had secluded themselves from the world. As the spokesperson of Tiandao family in the immortal world, Langya immortal emperor's actions had further confirmed their guesses. Let's not talk about this. If he doesn't want to act, so be it. We just have to do our best. Now that fellow Taoist Ning is willing to come to Azura planet to help us defend against the devil race, this can already be considered a silver lining in our misfortune. Given fellow Taoist Ning's strength, he should at least be at the mid-phase of the immortal monarch realm. It's unknown how much stronger he is compared to Yunqing and Qin Dong. Double. Immortal monarch riding dragon said with a smile. Immortal monarch 3 Qi nodded and looked at Ning Qi curiously. Fellow Taoist Ning, your physical body is extremely strong and is comparable to a mid-stage Tai true demon. I wonder what kind of mystical body tempering technique did you cultivate? He wasn't trying to pry, but purely out of curiosity. Sanchi, don't ask about these things. Raindrop Immortal Lord said faintly. When Immortal Monarch 3 Qi heard this, he smiled awkwardly. That's true, that's true. After that, he changed the topic. Fellow Taoist Ning is already at the perfection stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm. If you can break through to the Immortal Monarch Realm, your combat prowess would most probably be comparable to us, right? Dragon Riding Celestial Master and Water Leeching Celestial Master looked at each other. 3 Qi's Celestial Master was right. If Ning Qi could really break through to the Celestial Master Realm, it would be of great help to the Demon Clan's invasion in a few years. The 3 of you, breaking through to the Immortal Monarch Realm is easier said than done. At the very least, it's impossible for you to do so within the next 10 years. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. 10 years. The 3 of them had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that if Ning Qi wanted to break through to the Immortal Monarch Realm, he would need at least another ancient era or so. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to break through during the Great War between immortals and devils. However, Ning Qi said that it was impossible for him to do so within the next 10 years. Was it possible? Chapter 3084. Ning Qi opened the All-Heaven Talisman and looked through Ji Sijuan's messages one by one. Pot of wine. Big brother, are you there? Pot of wine. Big brother, can you tell me the news about Ning Beixian that you told me before? Pot of wine. Ning Qi smiled. The next 100 messages were roughly the same. He could see that Ji Sijuan was very anxious, like a starving fish. Big brother sent me to patrol the mountain. Brother Wine, I'm sorry. Something happened recently and I didn't have time to reply. Beep beep. Almost instantly Ji Sijuan replied. From the looks of it, she was probably waiting for Ning Qi to reply to her at all times. Pot of wine. Big brother, the news you told me before. Big Brother sent me to patrol the mountain. I'm sorry, Brother Wine. I don't dare to leak this news in case I get into trouble. Pot of wine. What are we afraid of with the all-heaven talisman? No matter how strong Ning Beixian is, he won't know our true identities. Big Brother sent me to patrol the mountain. I'm really sorry. Ji Family Grotto Heaven. Anger flashed in Ji Sijuan's eyes. If she knew who this Big Brother sent me to patrol the mountain for, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Then, she typed a few more messages, but the other side didn't reply at all. The more this happened, the angrier Ji Sijuan became. Damn it, who is he? What does he know about Ning Beixian? Ji Sijuan clicked on Ning Qi's information while thinking. She wanted to see what posts Ning Qi had made in the past. Then, she suddenly saw that the Big Brother sent me to patrol the mountain had posted a new post on the black market. There were hundreds of comments as soon as it was posted. An ancient Yin spirit tree root in exchange for a treasure from the ancient war between immortals and demons, regardless of rank. Come if you want to trade. Yin spirit tree root? Ji Sijuan was slightly stunned. Suddenly, she took out a jade scroll. This jade scroll was an encyclopedia that she had bought from the Ji family. It recorded the uses of many heaven and earth spiritual treasures, as well as all sorts of detailed information. When she first saw the spirit Yin tree root, Ji Sijuan felt that it was a little familiar. When she sent her divine will into the jade scroll, she finally found detailed information about the Yin spirit tree root. It's a treasure like this? Using it to exchange for magic treasures from the great war of immortals and demons? What exactly is this person's background? Why does he want those magic treasures? It's practically impossible for there to be any magic treasures from the primordial era in the immortal dimension. Perhaps. Ji Sijuan's eyes burned with passion. She thought of the Ji family's treasure pavilion. At the highest level, there were many spoils of war left behind by the remnants of the ancient immortal clans. The power of those treasures was already very weak. Some couldn't even be considered immortal treasures. After all, too much time had passed. Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan immediately sent a message to Ning Qi. A pot of muddy wine. So Big Brother wants ancient artifacts? I do have some here. If Big Brother is interested, you can trade with me. But my condition is very simple. Other than the Yin spirit tree root, you must also tell me about Ning Beixian. It would be best if it's proof that he's colluding with the demon race. According to. After Ning Qi saw this message, a smile flashed in his eyes. Brother Muddy Wine, are you serious? Do you really have a magic treasure from the ancient times? I don't want that kind of trash. It's best if it's a magic treasure left behind by the ancient immortal clan. A trace of suspicion flashed in Ji Sijuan's eyes. A pot of muddy wine. What does Big Brother want the magic treasure for? The king sent me to patrol the mountain. To be honest, Brother Muddy Wine, I am a blacksmith. The magic treasure of the ancient immortal clan is very unique. If I can use it as a reference, it will greatly improve my blacksmithing skills. So that's it. Ji Sijuan was enlightened. No wonder Ning Qi could take out the Yin spirit tree root and exchange it for an ancient artifact. So he was a blacksmith. This profession was the richest in the celestial realm. Most of the time, even alchemists couldn't compare because blacksmiths were very rare. However, even though those magic treasures aren't worth much, they are still at the highest level of the treasure pavilion. If I want to trade for them, I need a lot of contribution points. I don't have enough at all. Looks like I'm not fated with the Yin spirit tree root. But I can use this chance to get some information from him. The corner of Ji Sijuan's mouth rose. A pot of muddy wine. Big Brother, I have what you want. But before we trade, you must tell me about Ning Beixian. Only then can I trust you. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Impossible. We haven't traded yet. How can I tell you anything? I'm not even sure if you have these magic treasures. A pot of muddy wine. If you don't believe me, I can send you a few pictures with the all-heaven talisman. You can see if they are magic treasures passed down from the ancient times. After you confirm it, tell me the information and we will complete the trade. I have many of these magic treasures. You can have any of them you want. Yes. Ji Sijuan sighed. If she had enough contribution points, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to lie to him. She could just trade directly. The spirit tree root was a good thing. Even if she couldn't refine it into a pill, she could just grind it into powder and swallow it. In less than a few hundred years, she would definitely break through to the Tai realm. The Tai realm. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Pictures won't do. How about this? You start a live broadcast. After I confirm that you have those magic treasures, I will tell you the information you want to know. After that, we will make the trade. A pot of muddy wine. Deal. Ji Sijuan walked out of the bamboo house with a smile. She would definitely make a profit from this trade. In other words, she was in an invincible position. As long as she knew the information, even if she didn't trade, the other party would at most go to the All-Heaven Forum to scold her. But who would believe it? Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan flew into the distance happily. Why is this B***tch so happy? Yen Zhen, who was sweeping the floor, glanced at Ji Sijuan's back and muttered to himself thoughtfully. Not long after, Ji Sijuan arrived at the Ji family's treasure vault. Because she was Ji Xuanling's personal disciple, her journey was unimpeded. Even the immortal lord who was guarding the top floor, whom Ji Xinyuan addressed as uncle, opened the door at Ji Sijuan's request. Sijuan, what brings you here all of a sudden? Do you want to exchange for the magic treasures on here? An old man in a black robe looked at Ji Sijuan indifferently and said, Elder Long Xiang, I have been studying the art of refining recently, so I want to observe the various magic treasures passed down from the ancient times. Ji Sijuan bowed respectfully. Chapter 3085. Seeing that Ji Longxiang was ignoring her, Ji Sijuan waited for a while before stealthily taking out the All-Heaven Talisman and opening a private live-stream room. This kind of live-stream room cost 30,000 All-Heaven coins. After opening it, only those who gave the room number could enter and watch. 30,000 All-Heaven coins was a huge sum of money to Ji Sijuan. However, in order to blackmail Ning Qi to the point where he couldn't make a comeback, she could only endure the pain. After opening the live broadcast room, Ji Sijuan immediately sent a private message to Ning Qi and sent him the room number. Not long after, she noticed that someone had entered the live broadcast room. Looking at the name, it was King sent me to patrol the mountain. She moved her spiritual will. Big brother, how is it? The All-Heaven Talisman scanned through the shelves. They were all magic treasures passed down from ancient times. They were the spoils of war of the Tiandao family. Each magic treasure had a great origin and proved the absolute might of the Tiandao family in the past. There are indeed a lot of things. However, these magic treasures seem to be dead. Big brother, what other requests do you have? How long has it been since the ancient times? Even magic treasures can't be preserved forever. Ji Sijuan's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. She then walked while recording. On the other side, Ning Qi was not observing Ji Sijuan through the live broadcast room. Instead, he had the clairvoyance ability so he could see a wider range. When Ji Sijuan walked past the shelf where the flying dagger was stored, Ning Qi's figure instantly disappeared. In less than half a breath's time, he appeared once again. However, this time, he appeared in Duan Yingjuan's room. Duan Yingjun looked at Ning Qi's sudden appearance and departure with a dumbfounded expression. In the room, Ning Qi looked at the ordinary flying dagger in his hand and sighed in his heart. With a cheat, I can even obtain such a rare item so easily. So, a gourd flew out from Ning Qi's glabella and rolled on the ground, instantly turning into a fat baby. Little White? Is that Little White? The small gourd looked at the flying dagger in Ning Qi's hand in shock. You slept so soundly, but you still woke up. This should be the little white you are looking for. Ning Qi passed the flying dagger to the gourd. The moment the small gourd took the flying knife, a terrifying aura seemed to grow in the small gourd's body. Ning Qi cursed inwardly and put the small gourd into his divine thoughts. Then he moved and appeared in the top cultivation training field. The moment he arrived at the top-tier cultivation training ground, Ning Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness seemed to be surging with raging waves. The suppressed demon ancestor's heart, the prison suppression gate guarded by the four spirits, the immortal slaying bow, and the statue formed by the ancient immortal Joss flame body tempering technique seemed to have changed due to the aura of the immortal slaying gourd. Without hesitation, Ning Qi threw the celestial slaying gourd out of his sea of consciousness. Only then did his sea of consciousness gradually calm down. The power of the heart of the Devil Patriarch that was sealed by the silver dragon had a crack on it, and it almost broke. If that happened, Ning Qi would repeat the same mistake and become a demon again. Fortunately, Ning Qi reacted extremely quickly and avoided a disaster. After leaving the sea of consciousness, the celestial slaying gourd floated high in the sky. Golden ripples like smoke circled around it. The celestial slaying gourd kept growing bigger and bigger. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 100,000 zhang. It almost turned into a star that almost covered the entire sky. The giant gourd's aura also skyrocketed wildly. Ning Qi's sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be a sword-shaped white light at the mouth of the gourd, faintly discernible. Is it going to restore the power of the Khanate numinous treasure? This way, even an immortal emperor can kill it. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. Over the years, few things could make his emotions fluctuate as much as today. The celestial slaying gourd's aura continued to rise. Ning Qi did not know how long this process would take. He could only hope that it would be completed within a few hundred years, or he would miss the deadline that the Blood Pool Demon Monarch had mentioned. A year in the top cultivation training ground was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Oh? What aura is that? Ji Longxiang had already closed his eyes and was ready to cultivate. Suddenly, he sensed that other than Ji Sijuan, there was another unfamiliar aura. However, it only appeared for a very short period of time, so short that he could not catch it. Ji Longxiang stood up with a solemn face and walked towards Ji Sijuan. Big brother, are you done looking? Tell me which item you want to trade, but according to our previous rules, you have to tell me what I want to know first. Ji Sijuan transmitted her voice impatiently when she saw that Ning Qi did not respond. She did not know that Ning Qi had already gotten what he wanted and went to the top cultivation training ground. She and Ji Longxiang were not killed by Ning Qi because Ning Qi wanted to use her to enter the Heaven Dao Pavilion next time. Sijuan, what did you do just now? Ji Longxiang's voice was heard. Ji Sijuan was shocked and quickly kept the All-Heaven Talisman. She turned around and bowed to Ji Longxiang. Elder Longxiang, I didn't do anything just now. You didn't do anything? Ji Longxiang looked suspicious. Then, he looked around casually and was stunned. Then, Ji Longxiang flew into a rage, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body and enveloped Ji Sijuan. Elder Longxiang? Ji Sijuan was dumbfounded. Was she discovered when she secretly used the All-Heaven Talisman? I've been stationed here for many years. I can remember the position of every speck of dust here. You didn't do anything? Then tell me, where did the flying dagger go? Ji Longxiang pointed at a shelf with a gloomy expression and said coldly. He did not expect Ji Sijuan to be so bold as to steal something under his nose. If this got out, how would the immortal emperors of the clan look at him? Would they say that he, an immortal lord, could not intimidate a Xian immortal junior? If it was not for Ji Xianling, Ji Longxiang would have slapped Ji Sijuan to death. Ji Longxiang wanted to slap Ji Sijuan to death on the spot. What? Ji Sijuan was shocked. She looked in the direction that Ji Longxiang was pointing and said in a panic, "Elder Longxiang, you've misunderstood me. I really didn't take anything." She did not remember if there was a flying dagger there at all. "You're not going to take it out? Then I'll do it myself." Ji Longxiang sneered and slammed his palm on Ji Sijuan's chest. She immediately screamed miserably and flew out. After a while, Ji Longxiang's expression was uncertain. He did not find the flying dagger that disappeared from Ji Sijuan's body. "Looks like you'll only be willing to take it out if I ask Patriarch Xianling to come." Chapter 3086. Ji Clan Grotto Heaven. In the meeting hall, Ji Xianling, Ji Xianshu, Ji Xiandao, Ji Xianju, and the other immortal emperors were all summoned here. Since the Tiandao clan was in seclusion, the immortal emperors who had been outside returned to the Grotto Heaven one after another. In the middle of the meeting hall sat an emperor whose cultivation was no lower than Hanbei Demon Emperor. Ji Xianling and the others stood on both sides of the hall. Ji Longxiang and Ji Sijuan stood together in the middle of the hall. What happened today hadn't happened in the Ji clan for many years. A disciple of the Ji clan dared to steal from the treasure pavilion? Although they didn't suffer any losses, the matter was very serious. If word got out, the Ji clan would lose all face. Sitting in the middle of the hall was the strongest emperor below the three elders of the Ji clan. He was also the current head of the Ji clan, Ji Hunyuan. There were two late-stage great emperors sitting next to Ji Hunyuan. One of them was Ji Xingyuan's father, Ji Kong. Ever since Ji Xingyuan's mysterious death, no one knew who the murderer was. Ji Xingyuan's face had never been pleasant to anyone. "Xianling, your good disciple dared to steal treasures from the Ji clan's treasure pavilion. Who gave her the courage to do so?" Ji Kong shouted coldly all of a sudden. Ji Sijuan's eyes flashed with fear. She wanted to defend herself but didn't dare speak. She could only look at Ji Xianling for help. "Ji Kong, the matter hasn't been cleared up yet. What right do you have to say that she stole treasures from the treasure pavilion?" Ji Xianling glanced at Ji Kong coldly and then looked at Ji Longxiang. "You said my disciple stole treasures. Do you have any proof?" "Big brother, tell me what you saw," Ji Kong said indifferently. Ji Longxiang nodded and said in a deep voice. Ji Sijuan said that in order to study the Tao of artifact refining, she wanted to observe the magic treasures handed down from the Great War of Immortals and Demons, which were also the spoils of war that our Ji family obtained from the hands of the ancient Immortals. I didn't expect her to steal them, and the treasure pavilion lost a flying knife in the blink of an eye. I swear that the flying knife was still on the shelf before Ji Sijuan came in. "No, I didn't steal it." Ji Sijuan waved her hand with a pale face. "You said I framed you?" Ji Longxiang suddenly looked at Ji Sijuan, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Wait, I have proof." Ji Sijuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she took out the All-Heaven Talisman. I was live streaming at that time, so the scene should still be preserved. Live broadcast? Everyone looked at each other. The celestial talisman was rarely used by the great emperors. After all, it was a new item. Most of them used it for communication. As for the live broadcast and other functions, almost none of them had ever seen it before. "Let me have a look," Ji Hunyuan said indifferently. "Yes, Patriarch." Ji Sijuan quickly nodded and fiddled with it for a long time until she was sweating profusely before finally playing the video. This was the scene when Ji Sijuan first entered the top floor. Soon, the missing flying knife appeared on the screen. Everyone's expression suddenly became more focused. Not long after, Ji Longxiang walked over. Everyone knew what happened after that. During this period of time, my disciple didn't do anything. Ji Xianling said calmly. "Could it be that the flying dagger will disappear by itself?" Ji Longxiang frowned. "Disappear by itself?" Ji Huanyuan's expression changed slightly. "Quickly go and check if there's anything special about these Dharma treasures that have been passed down from ancient times. Because of that battle, there's almost no record of how these Dharma treasures were obtained and what grade they were. If it's a connate numinous treasure, it will indeed act on its own. Apart from that, seal the Ji family's grotto heaven. As for this girl, Ji Xianling will take her back and discipline her. She's not allowed to leave before the matter is concluded. Connate numinous treasure? Everyone's expression changed. If it really was a connate numinous treasure, that would be incredible. Not to mention them, even the Dharma treasures used by the Ji family's elders were only the best among supreme-grade Tao treasures. They were completely incomparable to connate numinous treasures. However, after the Great War between immortals and demons, connate numinous treasures were either destroyed or disappeared. Some were taken away by Jiang Tianshu. Until now, even the powerful Tiandao family did not have a single connate numinous treasure. It had been 100 years. It had been a full 100 years since Ning Qi entered the top-grade cultivation training ground. However, the immortal slaying gourd was still the same as before, occupying the entire sky. Ning Qi's spirit consciousness would be devoured by the immortal slaying gourd occasionally. At that moment, its might had far surpassed that of a supreme-grade Tao treasure. Even if it had not fully recovered to the might of a connate numinous treasure, it was probably not far off. Another 50 years passed. One day, a dazzling white light suddenly shone from the skies. The white light filled the entire world and turned the entire space white. Even Ning Qi could not open his eyes, as though he would be blinded by the white light the moment he opened them. Before long, when the white light disappeared and Ning Qi opened his eyes again, a palm-sized gourd hovered before him. Unlike before, there was a faint white light emanating from the mouth of the gourd. The white light resembled mist and water, but it gave off an extremely dangerous aura. The next moment, a small face appeared on the gourd and said to Ning Qi with a smile, "Xiaobai is recovering. Although I'm not as strong as before, I'll be able to return to my peak as long as I have enough time." Are you considered a connate numinous treasure now? Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the gourd did not turn on him. Of course. Tell me who you want to kill. Kill anyone below the Emperor realm, the gourd said immediately. What about the Emperor realm? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Kill anyone you want. The gourd's tone was filled with arrogance. After a pause, it changed the topic. But because Xiaobai needs to recuperate and your cultivation is too low, I'll have to sleep for 100 years every time you invite me. Moreover, the energy in your body will be sucked dry. After inviting me, you'll temporarily lose your combat strength. So think twice before using it. Sleep for 100 years? My energy will be sucked dry? Ning Qi pondered for a moment, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was only 100 years. If he stayed in the top-notch training ground for 100 years, only 3 months would pass in the outside world. That was equivalent to using it once every 3 months. That was enough. When I want to kill someone, I can just throw you out, right? Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. You have to say respectfully, "Baby, please turn around," the gourd said. Can't you say something else? No, there's no room for discussion. Do you believe that I won't make a move? Chapter 3087. Ning Qi stayed in the top-grade training ground for over 5 months. Initially, the disciples of the Azura sect thought that Ning Qi was in seclusion. In the end, one of the disciples accidentally barged into Ning Qi's cave dwelling and discovered that there was no one inside. Very soon, there were rumors saying that Ning Qi was afraid of the devil race and had already escaped. Duan Yingjun, Li Macho, and the others naturally didn't believe it and continued to stay in the Azura sect. Qi Long and the other 2 immortal monarchs also didn't say anything. In addition to Ning Qi's fame, the disciples of the Azura sect only dared to spread rumors privately. No one dared to say anything publicly. When a few disciples of the Azura sect passed by Ning Qi's cave dwelling, they suddenly stopped. AI, The time is getting closer and closer. There are slightly more than 2 years before the devil race invade. I wonder if the immortal monarchs have come up with a plan. If Ning Beixian didn't chase away those 2 immortal monarchs, the pressure at the borders would be much lighter. Shu, lower your voice. Be careful not to be heard. So what if they heard? An Azura sect disciple glanced at Ning Qi's cave dwelling in disdain. They just happened to pass by this place, but Ning Qi wasn't around. Hence, there was nothing to be afraid of. Have you forgotten how old ancestor Disloyal Heart lost his arm? The others had worried looks on their faces. They glanced around and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no one around. Ning Beixian has already escaped from Azura planet. What are you still afraid of? You guys haven't seen the post by Pot of Liquor on the All Heavens forum. I feel that what he said is correct. That Azura sect disciple coldly laughed. But soon after, his face suddenly became deathly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When the others saw this, they felt that something was wrong and quickly looked in the direction he was looking at. They saw a figure walking out from the cave that should have been empty. Coincidentally, it was right in front of them. Coincidentally, that figure was looking at them. Ning Beixian. When they discovered that the figure was Ning Beixian, they lost control of their bodies and almost fell from the sky. Although their voices weren't loud and they were several miles away from Ning Qi's cave dwelling, they knew that given Ning Qi's cultivation base at the peak stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm, he must have heard everything. Interesting. You said that I escaped from Azura planet? An indifferent voice sounded. The bodies of the Azura sect disciples immediately stiffened. There was no longer any trace of Ning Qi in the cave abode. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of them. We greet Senior Ning. The few of them hurriedly bowed. The fellow who had spoken rudely just a moment ago was now the most afraid. When he bowed, his whole body was trembling. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Don't be so rash next time, Ning Qi said lightly. Then, he turned around and walked towards the cave where Limacho and the others were. The foreheads of the Azura sect disciples were covered in sweat. In just a short period of time, they were completely drenched, as if someone had fished them out of the water. That's a close call. It seems that Senior Ning is very magnanimous. You're really lucky this time. Based on your words, any Tai old ancestor would slap you to death with one palm strike. One of the Azura sect disciples felt a lingering fear. When he looked at the fellow who had spoken rudely just now, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Who knew that Senior Ning didn't leave Azura planet? That guy said bitterly. All right, let's go. We still have a mission. Why aren't the 3 immortal monarchs in the Azura sect? When they arrived at the cave where Duan Ingjun and the others were, Ning Qi suddenly frowned. From the moment he exited seclusion until now, he hadn't sensed the auras of immortal monarch Dragon Rider and the others. Ingjun, where did Macho and her disciple go? Ning Qi saw Duan Ingjun coincidentally walking out of the cave and asked. Miss Macho brought Hu Cheng to kill the devil race. Boss, you have no idea, but she already has an incredible title on Azura planet. Duan Ingjun grinned when he saw Ning Qi. Title? What title? Ning Qi was slightly curious. Devil Slayer Fairy Limacho. Duan Ingjun sighed. So it turns out that when we first arrived on Azura planet, Miss Macho had already killed countless devils. During these few months, quite a few mystical devils died in her hands. In addition, with Boss's protection, there were people who unknowingly started to call out her name. Actually, even earlier, they liked to call Miss Macho a demoness. Ning Qi smiled when he heard this. Without a backer, one would be a demoness. With a backer, one would be a fairy. Regardless of mortals or immortals, there was no exception. Where did the 3 immortal monarchs go? Do you know? Ning Qi asked. Duan Ingjun started. The 3 immortal monarchs haven't returned yet? Ning Qi shook his head. Strange, some time ago, the 3 immortal monarchs left Azura planet. I heard that they went to deal with a devil army. I initially thought that the 3 of them would have returned long ago. Who would have thought that 2 months have passed, and they still haven't returned to the Azura sect? Duan Ingjun had a strange look on his face. 2 months. Ning Qi's expression instantly turned heavy. If it wasn't for something major happening, it was impossible for a mortal monarch dragon rider and the others to leave Azura planet for so long. Suddenly, a figure flew over with extreme speed. Ning Qi's eyes were sharp and could see that this figure was none other than the supreme elder of the Azura sect, Ting Kong. Moreover, Ting Kong was heavily injured. Boom! Ting Kong smashed into a mountain peak. The frightening impact caused the mountain peak to shatter into pieces. When the elders and disciples of the Shura sect heard the commotion, they raised their heads in astonishment. Immediately, they rushed over to where Ting Kong was. Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun exchanged glances, and also flew in the direction of Ting Kong. So. The elders of the Azura sect arrived one after another. These elders were all mystic immortals. They didn't know what happened and no one dared to get close to the destroyed mountain. Behind them, there were many golden immortals, heavenly immortals, and other disciples of the Azura sect. Not long later, the old ancestors of the Azura sect also arrived. Old Ancestor Disloyal was among them, a total of 6. What happened? One of the grand immortals glanced at Ning Qi and Ting Kong in bewilderment. After that, his gaze turned heavy as he stared at the huge crater beneath his feet. Earlier, this place was still a beautiful immortal mountain. But in the blink of an eye, not only was the mountain gone, there was even a huge crater in the ground. Old Ancestor Disloyal only dared to sneak glances at Ning Qi. It's Taoist Ting Kong. Ning Qi lightly waved his hand and a surge of immortal qi entered the crater. After that, a figure appeared. When everyone saw this, their faces instantly turned pale with fright. Martial Uncle? Grand Elder? Chapter 3088. Lin Shui Immortal Lord was not as badly injured as Ting Kong. After he landed, he soared into the sky and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Lin Shui Immortal Lord? Patriarch Disloyal Heart and the rest were dumbfounded. Lin Shui Immortal Lord's appearance was obviously a result of a beating. Could it be that Ting Kong was telling the truth? Was Hanbei Demon Emperor here? Lin Shui Immortal Lord, what happened? Ning Qi asked. Some time ago, we received news that a demon lord was killing immortals at the border. Hence, we joined forces with dragon-riding Immortal Lord and Tri-Chi Immortal Lord to kill that demon lord. Unexpectedly, Lin Shui Immortal Lord's expression turned ugly. The other party is Hanbei Demon Emperor. Hanbei Demon Emperor. Everyone's expression turned ugly, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. It was impossible for these words to come from Li Shui Immortal Lord's mouth. Boom. Another figure landed heavily in front of everyone. After the dust settled, Tri-Chi Immortal Lord coughed and flew to Lin Shui Immortal Lord's side. Everyone saw a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The most obvious feature of Tri-Chi Immortal Lord, the wine gourd on his back, was not there. Damn it. Hanbei Demon Emperor took the gourd. Tri-Chi Immortal Lord smiled bitterly. 2 Immortal Lords. Why did Hanbei Demon Emperor suddenly come to the border? Is the demon race planning to attack our ancient heavenly court in advance? Patriarch Disloyal Heart asked with a pale face. He's looking for someone. Tri-Chi Immortal Lord said with a strange expression. Looking for someone? Lin Shui Immortal Lord glanced at Ning Qi and said telepathically, Taoist Ning, leave this place quickly. Hanbei Demon Emperor is looking for you. Looking for me? Because I killed a demon monarch? Ning Qi frowned. It was at this time that another figure flew into the Shura sect. It was the dragon-riding Celestial Lord. He was in a slightly better state than the previous 2, and he did not look as battered. However, his body was riddled with injuries. Even his mount, which was also a celestial lord, had several dragon scales missing, revealing the red flesh underneath. At the same time, a young man in a black robe appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Behind him stood Li Macho and Hu Cheng. Hu Cheng's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Although Li Macho was calm, her expression was not good either. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on everyone, causing them to almost suffocate. At this moment, all the Azura sect cultivators could guess the identity of this person. Hanbei Devil Emperor. Tai old man swallowed his saliva as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. It really is here. You've made me search for it. Hanbei Demon Emperor looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. You're Ning Beixian, right? Give me the demon ancestor's heart. Dragon riding Immortal Master's expression turned ugly. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he exchanged glances with Rainwater Immortal Master and Immortal Master before turning to Ning Qi. Are you here for him? The demon ancestor's heart. Damn, I suspect that they are acting in concert. No wonder people say that Ning Beixian is colluding with the devil race. If not, how could it be so coincidental? His appearance on the northern wilderness planet attracted the Devil Lord, and his appearance on our Azura planet attracted the Devil Emperor. The expressions of the cultivators of the Azura sect turned extremely ugly. When they looked at Ning Qi, a hint of anger could be seen in their eyes. Among them, Old Ancestor Disloyal Heart was the most obvious. She originally hated Ning Qi for forcing her to sever her own arm. Now that she knew that the Hanbei Devil Emperor was here for Ning Qi, the hatred in her heart grew even deeper. Be careful. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if the three immortal monarchs join forces, they won't be a match for him. Li Macho's voice rang out in Ning Qi's ears. Big brother Ning, he wants to turn master into a devil. At the same time, Hu Cheng also transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. What do you want the demon ancestor's heart for? Do you want to use it to step into the third step? After Ning Qi heard the words of Li Macho and Hu Cheng, his gaze landed on the Hanbei Devil Emperor as he calmly spoke. You don't have the qualifications to know what I want the demon ancestor's heart for. You just have to hand it over to me. Such a thing isn't something an ant like you can possess. Today, I came here not to kill people but to obtain the demon ancestor's heart. If you don't hand it over to me, I will turn all the immortals and mortals on this planet into slaves. But don't worry, the 3-year agreement I told the Blood Pool Devil Monarch earlier is still in effect. The time for the devil race to invade has not arrived yet. The Hanbei Devil Emperor calmly spoke. If the 3-year agreement is up, you should be the one leading the devil race to invade the ancient heavenly court, right? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. The Hanbei Devil Emperor frowned. He suddenly discovered that Ning Qi was somewhat calm. The cultivators of the Azura sect felt their hearts pounding violently when they saw the Hanbei Devil Emperor frowning. After that, they immediately turned to glare at Ning Qi in anger. Was Ning Qi trying to harm everyone on Azura planet? Ning, fellow Taoist Ning, it's best if you hand the thing the Hanbei Devil Emperor wants to him. All of a sudden, a grand immortal from the Azura sect spoke in a low voice. Yeah, just hand it over to him. If not, all the immortals and mortals on Azura planet would face a great calamity today. The other grand immortals also agreed. Ancestor Disloyal Heart coldly stared at Ning Qi. These people are still able to see the big picture. The Hanbei Devil Emperor laughed. The expressions of the people from the Azura sect turned unsightly. But what could they do now? They could only get Ning Qi to hand the thing over to the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Only then would they have a chance to live. If the 3-year agreement is up and the Devil Sky Immortal region no longer has a Devil Emperor, I wonder would they still dare to invade the ancient heavenly court? Ning Qi ignored the people from the Azura sect. He calmly stared at the Hanbei Devil Emperor as he smiled. The dragon-riding immortal and the other two started. They exchanged mutual glances, feeling that there was a hidden meaning in Ning Qi's words. No more Devil Emperors? How arrogant! The Hanbei Devil Emperor laughed. Since you are so arrogant, I will devilize all of them first. After that, I will slowly deal with you. A faint devil qi gushed out from the Hanbei Devil Emperor's body. From the point of view of everyone, this was like a dam that was about to collapse. It could drown them at any moment. Ning Beixian, you don't care about our safety. If we are all devilized today, it will be your fault. Damn it, quickly hand the thing over to the Hanbei Devil Emperor. The Grand Immortals from the Azura sect roared in rage. At this moment, they basically didn't care about how strong Ning Qi's combat strength was. They only knew that their lives were more important. Resisting the devil race was one thing, but facing the wrath of a devil emperor was another. Before a devil emperor, they had no way to retaliate. Even if they died, their deaths would be meaningless. All of a sudden, the immortal slaying gourd flew out from Ning Qi's consciousness. Treasure, please turn around. Ning Qi respectfully bowed. A beam of white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd, flying towards the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Chapter 3089. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing a demon emperor. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi's merit points increased by another 1,000,000. The scene was very quiet. Even dragon-riding Immortal Lord and the other two Grand Immortals stared at the Hanbei Demon Emperor's decapitated corpse, speechless. It was only when Ning Qi waved his hand and put away the Hanbei Demon Emperor's corpse that they reacted. When Forefather Disloyal and the other primordial immortals of Shura's sect looked at Ning Qi again, the fear in their eyes was greater than their heads. That was because they realized that they had said something that they should not have. They seemed to have offended Ning Qi. It really drained all my strength, Ning Qi thought to himself. His body was empty, with nothing left. If he were to fight now, not only would he not be able to use any immortal techniques, but he would also need to catch his breath after taking a few more steps. Limacho pulled the shocked Hu Qing and landed in front of Ning Qi. She looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. She wondered about the origin of that gourd. A dignified demon emperor had been killed so easily. Holy shit! Duan Ingjun suddenly roared and looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Boss, you just killed the Hanbei demon emperor? Before Ning Qi could answer, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Unlike Duan Ingjun's ecstasy, the Shura sect cultivators should have been happy too. However, because the Grand Immortals had asked Ning Qi to hand over the item, Shura sect had completely offended Ning Qi. They could not be happy no matter what. Their faces were ashen, and they trembled in fear. They only hoped that Ning Qi would not thinking about this. Daoist Ning, I really didn't expect you to be able to kill a demon emperor. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord walked in front of Ning Qi with a bitter smile. If they had known this, the three of them would not have made a move. They could have just sat here and waited for the Hanbei Demon Emperor to come. That gourd just now shouldn't be a supreme-grade Dao artifact, Immortal Lord 3 Qi muttered to himself. Li Shui Immortal Lord seemed to be recalling the scene of the Immortal slaying gourd's attack and nodded subconsciously. How could a supreme-grade Dao artifact have such power? No matter what, with Hanbei Demon Emperor's death, the strength of the demonic sky immortal domain plummeted. Even if the 3-year deadline is up, without Hanbei Demon Emperor's leadership, we can still fight against the demons. What's more, with fellow Daoist Ning here, it would be impossible for those demons to attack the ancient heavenly court immortal domain. Immortal Riding Dragon said happily. I can only use this move once. I'll need to recuperate for a period of time. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. The three of them could see that Ning Qi seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the side effect of releasing such a big move and killing a terrifying existence like Hanbei Devil Emperor in a second was nothing to them. If they had the means to do so, it would be a waste of energy. Lifespan didn't matter. Apart from that, the Hanbei Demon Emperor should only be a small fry among the devils. There's definitely more than one demon emperor like him. There are ancient transformation realm devils and even third-step devils above him. I can only hope that the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor can buy us some time. Ningqi spoke. Originally, the Blood Pool Devil Monarch said that it would take 3 years. Right now, there were only slightly more than 2 years left. But because the Hanbei Demon Emperor died, it was very possible that this 3-year promise would be nullified. Most probably, Ningqi would be able to safely pass the 10-year requirement of the advancement mission. At that time, Ningqi would be able to break through to the Immortal Monarch realm and his ability to protect himself would be greatly boosted. With the Immortal Slaying Gourd, unless he encountered an existence at the Ancient Transformation realm, immortal emperors wouldn't be able to threaten him. In fact, they would be threatened by him. Ningqi's words instantly caused the 3 immortal monarchs and the immortals present to fall silent. That's right, although the Hanbei Demon Emperor died, this was only the beginning of the devil invasion. After the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor, there would most probably be even more devil emperors descending on the Devil Sky immortal realms. If those ancient transformation realm devils appeared and the Heavenly Dao clan still didn't appear, would the immortal world still be able to fight? What will come will come. In any case, our immortal world has the upper hand now. This time around, we should have a good celebration. I'll send a message to the Hanyang Immortal Monarch, Sky River Immortal Monarch, and Kuanping Immortal Monarch, asking the 3 of them to come to Azura Planet and drink together. Immortal Riding Dragon forced a smile. Since we're going to celebrate, there must be wine. Dao Friend Ning, do you think? Immortal Monarch 3 Qi smiled sheepishly at Ningqi. His gourd was snatched away by the Hanbei Demon Emperor. In the end, the Hanbei Demon Emperor was killed by Ningqi and his corpse was kept by Ningqi. His gourd fell into Ningqi's hands. If Ningqi didn't return it to him, it would be very reasonable. Ningqi smiled. With a thought, the ring in Hanbei Devil Emperor's hand appeared in Ningqi's hand. When Ningqi glanced at the contents of the ring, his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment that was difficult to detect. The resources in this ring were extremely terrifying. They were the resources of the Devil Emperor that he had killed. Even the combined wealth of those 4 immortal emperors couldn't compare to 1/10 of the resources in this storage ring. One must know that the 4 immortal emperors were originally from the Heavenly Dao clan. How terrifying was their wealth! It was equivalent to the wealth of the Hanbei Demon Emperor alone, which was equivalent to 40 emperors. Looks like the resources in here were looted by the Hanbei Demon Emperor from the Devil Sky immortal domain over the years. Ningqi sighed inwardly. This was a pleasant surprise. He found the gourd of Immortal Monarch 3 Qi and handed it to him. Thank you, thank you. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi quickly took the gourd and rubbed it a few times with a loving expression before putting it on his back. This gourd has been with me for many years. I would definitely be heartbroken if I lost it. It's all thanks to Dao Friend Ning that I was able to regain it. How about this? I still have 100 jars of mortal songs. I'll keep 10 to celebrate the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor, and give the rest to Dao Friend Ning. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi gently waved his hand. Wine jars appeared in front of Ningqi. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance of wine spread out. It smells so good. Duan Ingjun took a deep breath and said with an intoxicated expression, 3 Qi, you're finally generous for once. Immortal Monarch Riding Dragon couldn't help but smile. He was afraid that Ningqi didn't know how precious the mortal songs were, so he said to Ningqi, Dao Friend Ning, this mortal song was brewed by Immortal Monarch 3 Qi using his gourd. There's only 1 jar every 500,000 years. Even we find it hard to drink it. 1 jar every 500,000 years? Then these 90 jars would take at least half an epoch to brew, right? Coupled with the magical effects of the mortal songs, Immortal Monarch 3 Chi was indeed very generous. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Chapter 3090. Earlier, when the Hanbei Devil Emperor came to ask for the item, the three of us didn't even say anything, and you guys asked Dao Friend Ning to hand it over. If the Hanbei Devil Emperor obtained the item, his strength would increase by a level. Do you think it's good or bad for the immortal world? After Ning Qi left, Dragon Riding Immortal looked at Old Ancestor Disloyal and spoke with a cold expression. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of Old Ancestor Disloyal and the other Grand Immortals. They didn't dare to say anything. Who knew that the Hanbei Devil Emperor would die so suddenly? If they knew that Ning Qi had the means to kill emperors, they wouldn't have dared to say such words even if they were given 100 guts. I don't wish to see such a thing happen a second time. If you are afraid of death, you can leave. I won't stop you. Staying on Azura planet means that you are prepared to die. Dragon Riding Immortal snorted coldly and left with Immortal Monarch 3 Chi AI. Although we offended Senior Ning this time, we learned that Senior Ning's means are so terrifying. It can be considered a blessing for our Azura sect. An Azura sect Grand Immortal wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sighed. Old Ancestor Disloyal had an ugly expression and didn't speak. Let's bring Martial Uncle down to recuperate first. In the cavern. Boss, that gourd you took out earlier, what's it called? It can even kill a Devil Emperor. In that case, should we kill our way into the Devil Sky Immortal region and strike while the iron is hot? Duan Yingjun just sat down and asked impatiently. Limacho nodded slightly, expressing her agreement with his suggestion. The Devil Sky Immortal region no longer has the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Now, only the Devil Lords are left. This is a good opportunity. Limacho spoke. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. If there are still immortal emperors, there's no harm in making a trip. But the remaining ones are only Devil Lords, there's nothing to worry about. Every time he used the gourd, he would need to sleep for 100 years. This meant that he would need to stay in a top-grade training ground for 100 years, which was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The most important thing was that these 3 months would not be counted in the advancement mission. The most important thing now was to break through to the Immortal Monarch realm. At that time, he could casually kill Devil Lords. If he encountered immortal emperors, even if he didn't use the Immortal Slaying Gourd, his ability to protect himself would be greatly increased. After a short pause, Ning Qi took out 3 jars of Mortal Song and smiled at Duan Yingjun and the other 2. Each of you can have a jar of this wine. It's beneficial for your cultivation. You can drink it slowly or finish it all at once. Thank you, boss. Duan Yingjun immediately hugged a jar. He loved wine, and when he heard that this wine could only be brewed after 500,000 years, he knew it was good stuff. When Limacho heard that it was good for cultivation, her eyes lit up and she took 1 jar. Big brother Ning, do I also have a share? Hu Cheng looked at Ning Qi shyly. You're still young. Don't drink too much at a time. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Thank you, big brother Ning. Hu Chengzi immediately put away the wine and looked at Limacho with a guilty conscience. He met Limacho's eyes and quickly said, Master, big brother Ning said that I also have a share. Would I rob your things? Limacho frowned. Hu Cheng smiled sheepishly and said, Of course not, hee. After the 3 of them left, Ning Qi once again entered the top-level cultivation training ground. In the depths of the universe, 2 figures, one in front of the other, floated in the starry sky. Occasionally, some immortal beasts would fly by, wanting to go up and take a look, but when they sensed the aura unintentionally coming from these 2 figures, their hairs stood on end and they immediately fled. After some time, one of the figures seemed to be the first to wake up. Ouch! The first thing Qin Dong felt when he opened his eyes was pain all over his body. Then, his memory gradually surfaced, and his expression became extremely ugly. He and Yunqing had joined forces, but they were knocked out by a single punch. Most importantly, the opponent's cultivation was only at the perfected immortal stage. Thinking of this, Qin Dong's eyes flashed with hatred. He glanced at the unconscious Yunqing and gently waved his hand. A strand of immortal qi entered Yunqing's body. Not long after, Yunqing slowly woke up. When Yunqing woke up, the first thing he felt was his wounds. He gasped and said in a daze, "Where are we?" "I don't know." Qin Dong shook his head. "I remember we were. Damn it." Yunqing felt a trace of anger in his heart. "Let's go back to the Langya celestial region. I will definitely get my revenge," Qin Dong said with a gloomy face. Just as the two of them set off for the Langya celestial region, a post on the All Heavens forum exploded with tens of millions of replies. Hanbei Demon Monarch died in the Ashura sect. Senior Ning Beixian only used one move to kill Hanbei Demon Monarch. The celestial world has won a great victory this time. The person who posted the post was called Cute Rabbit. When the post was posted, the replies were mostly insults and doubts. Everyone felt that the person who posted the post was fooling everyone. What kind of joke was that? A demon monarch that even immortal Mo Xie, who was ranked first on the Celestial Duke's leaderboard, was hunted down by Ning Beixian? "OP, you will be beaten up if you continue to play to the gallery. You will be finished if I find out who you are. How dare you fool the All Heavens forum? Hurry up and delete the post." What if the spies of the demon race see it and infuriate Hanbei Demon Monarch? What if he attacks the ancient heavenly court in advance? "OP, you said that Ning Beixian killed Hanbei Demon Monarch. Do you have any video evidence?" The person who posted the post was a female disciple of the Ashura sect. She saw the scene of Ning Qi killing Hanbei Demon Monarch with her own eyes. She didn't expect that no one would believe her. However, no one would dare to take out the heavenly talisman to record the scene. Seeing that no one believed her, the female disciple became angry and posted another post. "Believe it or not, the Hanbei Demon Monarch is dead." The post naturally attracted a lot of criticism. But not long after, more and more disciples of the Ashura sect showed up and replied to support Cute Rabbit. "I am a disciple of the Ashura sect. I can prove that the Hanbei Demon Monarch is dead. His body is in Senior Ning's hands. If you don't believe me, come to the Ashura sect. I will tell you myself. Now is the best time to fight against the demon race. The Hanbei Demon Monarch is dead, and the demonic sky mystic realm has lost its backbone. I hope the Langya Immortal Emperor can take action and kill his way into the demonic sky mystic realm." Because of the appearance of these posts, the people who didn't believe it at the beginning gradually became skeptical. However, there was no video evidence, so they couldn't believe it. The Langya mystic realm. Langya Immortal Emperor sat face to face with an old man who was wearing a Taoist robe but had countless chains pierced through his body. He held a heavenly talisman in his hand, and the last post he browsed was posted by the Cute Rabbit. Chapter 3091. Langya. The Taoist-robed old man looked at Langya Immortal Emperor with a smile that didn't seem like a smile and sighed. "Those who sat in your position all died one by one. Do you think they didn't have any designs on me?" Langya Immortal Emperor smiled. "They probably tried, but they didn't succeed, right? But it's different this time. Many immortals and mortals died during the demon invasion. Doesn't the old lord have any compassion?" The Taoist-robed old man shook his head. "Life and death is up to the heavens. Isn't it in charge of everything?" Back then, the ancient immortal clan cared too much about this, which is why the Tiandao clan took advantage of it. If that's the case, do you think you have a chance to become an emperor? Langya Immortal Emperor's expression changed slightly. After that, he smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for that war between immortals and demons, maybe I would still be a small mystic immortal. I wouldn't be able to live until today. The old lord's lesson is right. Pausing, he changed the topic. This time, the Tiandao clan requested me to watch from the sidelines, not allowing me to head to the ancient heavenly court to defend against the demons. Because in the Tiandao clan, there are many existences that are stronger than me. But if I can obtain the old lord's inheritance and become stronger, I can fight against the Tiandao clan and save the world. Your talent is too poor. Even if you obtain my inheritance, you'll only be able to reach the ancient transformation stage at most. You're still far from taking that step. The Taoist-robed old man smiled. My talent is too poor? Langya Immortal Emperor looked at the Taoist-robed old man expressionlessly and left. But I hid some things before I became an emperor. If I give them to you in exchange for a chance, are you willing? The Taoist-robed old man's voice sounded again. Langya Immortal Emperor stopped and turned to look at the Taoist-robed old man. Is what the old lord said true? Of course. The Taoist-robed old man smiled. What are those things? Are they useful to me? Langya Immortal Emperor asked. They're not too good either. The recipe for the ancient transformation pill. The Taoist-robed old man said casually. The recipe for the ancient transformation pill? Langya Immortal Emperor's expression changed. This is not good? This was clearly what he had been yearning for all these years, but was unable to obtain. After consuming the ancient transformation pill, a great perfection Emperor Realm expert could take half a step forward and become an existence between the second and third step. Although they couldn't truly take the third step, such an existence was still very terrifying. The Heavenly Tao clan's elders were all in the ancient transformation realm, and they could advance to the ancient transformation realm. This was because the Heavenly Tao family had a pill recipe called Ancient Transformation. However, even if the direct descendants of the elders had reached the Perfection Emperor realm, they still wouldn't be able to obtain the ancient transforming pellet, much less the pill recipe. This was because the number of elders was controlled. Only when all the elders agreed would a new elder appear in the Heavenly Tao clan. Although he, the Langya Mortal Emperor, was working for the Heavenly Tao clan, he was still an outsider. How could an outsider like him have the chance to obtain something that even their own people would have a hard time obtaining? Old Lord, even with the pill formula, I'm afraid I won't be able to gather all the spiritual materials with my current strength. The current immortal world is lacking in resources. Even the Tiandao family would find it difficult to gather all the spiritual materials. The Langyu Immortal Emperor tried his best to calm himself down. The old man in Taoist robes smiled faintly and said, "Back then, I left these little things behind for the fated person. Therefore, there is also a set of spiritual materials for refining the ancient transformation pill. However, there is only one set. If the refinement fails, there is no more. Old Lord, I agree to help you once. Old Lord, please tell me, where are they?" The Langya Immortal Emperor immediately clasped his hands and agreed. With the ancient transforming pellet and the spiritual materials, this deal wasn't a bad deal. Swear a Heavenly Tao blood oath first. The Taoist-robed elder smiled. The Langya Immortal Emperor didn't hesitate to swear a Heavenly Tao blood oath and obtained a name from the Taoist-robed elder. "I've told you the location. When I need you to help, I'll call you. You may leave." The Taoist-robed elder waved his hand. "Many thanks, Old Lord." The Langya Immortal Emperor nodded and left the cave in excitement. However, as soon as he left the cave, the Langya Immortal Emperor's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. A puppet-like object flew out from his brow. This puppet was exactly the same as the Langya Immortal Emperor. Although the life substitution immortal art can only be used once, it has accepted the Heavenly Tao blood oath for me. If the task that the Old Lord wants me to do is too difficult, I'll use the life substitution immortal art to sacrifice myself once. The Langya immortal emperor turned to look at the cave and laughed before leaving. The cave was surrounded by countless restrictive spells. He knew that the Taoist-robed elder's spirit sense couldn't penetrate it, let alone use the life substitution immortal art. What he didn't know was that after he left, the Taoist-robed elder's eyes also flashed with a hint of mockery as he looked at the Langya immortal emperor's back. The gourd has appeared. It will bring this generation's master there. Langya Hihi, a top-grade cultivation training ground. The immortal slaying gourd had slept for 100 years. Ning Qi had also been meditating for 100 years. Although his cultivation couldn't increase, he could still build a foundation. Little gourd, I can invite you again now, right? Ning Qi's spirit sense moved and the immortal slaying gourd flew out. It was unknown if it was because of the fusion with the flying saber, but the little gourd no longer transformed into a human. Instead, facial features grew directly from the body of the gourd. 100 years passed so quickly? The little gourd seemed to be a little sleepy and said reluctantly, "What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled. "Oh right." Ning Qi seemed to suddenly remember. "You said that if I found Xiaobai for you, you would bring me to the old lord's inheritance. Did you forget?" The little gourd looked at Ning Qi. "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. Do you want to go now or wait for a while?" "How far is the journey?" Ning Qi asked. "It should take 20 to 30 years to set off from here." It will take 20 to 30 years to go back. The old lord hid things too far away," the little gourd said. "Then let's wait." Ning Qi pondered. 20 to 30 years. By then, he didn't know if the ancient heavenly courts would have fallen. He might as well advance to the immortal lord realm here first and then consider this matter. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to sleep. Xiaobai has killed too many demons and consumed too much energy. If she doesn't sleep for a while, she won't be able to recover to her peak strength. The little gourd said. Killed too many demons? Chapter 3092. Demonic Sky Realm. There were more than 40 demonic lords sitting in the hall where Hanbei Demon Emperor had his speech. But this time, the central seat was empty. On the left side of the central seat was the Bloodpool Devil Monarch. During this period of time, more Devil Monarchs had arrived in the Devil Sky Immortal Domain. There was no lack of peak experts among them, but compared to the Bloodpool Devil Monarch, they were still slightly weaker. Therefore, when Hanbei Devil Monarch wasn't present, the Bloodpool Devil Monarch was still the leader. Bloodpool Demon Lord, are you planning to launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court? One of the demonic lords said with a smile. Planet North Wilderness is mine. Lucifer Dawnlight's face darkened. The other demonic lords laughed when they heard that. Demon Lord Dawnlight, I know that your second brother died on Planet North Wilderness, so I won't fight with you this time. You should know that Planet North Wilderness is very rich in resources. If it's just you, Demon Lord Dawnlight, you won't be able to conquer Planet North Wilderness, right? Do you need me to help? Why would the Lucifer tribe need your help? Morning Light of Lucifer snorted coldly. His gaze swept across the faces of the demon monarchs like lightning. Those demon lords were not to be outdone. They also stared at Lucifer's morning light. Everyone was a demon lord, and everyone had their own background. Alright, I didn't ask you all to come here to talk about this. Some of you know that I took in a subordinate some time ago. He was a Grand Unity Immortal, and he made some of the most popular heavenly talismans in the immortal realm. Take a look at this. The Bloodpool Demon Lord looked at the demonic lords with a dark gaze. They shut their mouths when they saw that the Bloodpool Demon Lord's attitude was a little serious. Then, the Bloodpool Demon Lord took out a heavenly talisman and a shadow was projected in the center of the hall. Hanbei Demon Emperor died in Ashura sect. Senior Ning Beixian killed Hanbei Demon Emperor with just one move. The immortal realm has won this time. What is this? Hanbei Demon Emperor died in Ashura sect? Ah. Do the immortals intend to use this news to boost their morale? Even if the Langya Immortal Emperor made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill the Hanbei Demon Emperor. He's a heaven's chosen of the heaven-destroying Demon Lord's bloodline. I've already received news that as long as the Hanbei Demon Emperor beautifully conquered a few immortal domains, the heaven-destroying Demon Lord will grant him the ancient transformation realm the day he descends. A fiend lord shook his head and said, "What?" Everyone was shocked by the news of this devil monarch, and they all looked at him. Among them, Lucifer Chengwang was the most shocked. There was a devil monarch in his race who had an extremely bad relationship with the Hanbei devil monarch. Chiyuma, is what you said true? Where did you get this information? The Bloodpool Demon Lord looked at the Demon Lord with a pale face. The Grand Patriarch of my Chiyu race is one of the 9 devil marshals under the Baitian Devil Lord. Although I'm just a disciple of a branch, I'm still well informed. When I descended to the Devil Heaven Immortal Realms, someone already reminded me to listen to the orders of the Hanbei Devil Emperor. In the future, he will surely enter the ancient transformation realm. Chiyumo said rather proudly. Clearly, he was very proud of the clan he was born into and the bloodline that flowed through his veins. So that's how it is. It seems like the news is true. The Devil Monarch sighed. They were still working hard to enter the Emperor realm, but the Hanbei Devil Monarch was already on the verge of entering the ancient transformation realm. If he really took that step, he might become the 10th Devil Marshal under the Baitian Devil Lord. At that time, the Hanbei Devil Monarch's status would be far from theirs. Many Devil Monarchs looked at Lucifer Chengwang when they thought of this. Everyone knew that the Hanbei Devil Monarch had a grudge with the strongest ancestor of the Lucifer race. Lucifer Chengwang's face was slightly pale. If the Hanbei Devil Monarch really became an ancient transformation realm expert, then their race would most likely be the first to be slaughtered. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. The Bloodpool Demon Lord smiled bitterly. Why? Chiyuma and the rest were puzzled. Could it be that the Bloodpool Demon Lord believes this nonsense? This heavenly talisman was invented by the celestial race. The celestial race is the most cunning. I'm afraid that it's just to disrupt the morale of our army. A devil monarch said. After knowing the news, I immediately contacted the Hanbei Devil Monarch through the heavenly talisman. However, I didn't get a response even after a long time. It's been a few months now, and there's still no news of the Hanbei Devil Monarch. My subordinates also caught a few celestial captives. Hanbei Demon Emperor was killed by this immortal called Ning Beixian. The Bloodpool Demon Lord waved his hand as he spoke. A demonic chi shot out and turned into the shape of the immortal slaying gourd in the center of the hall. The Hanbei Devil Monarch was killed by this gourd. I heard that when Ning Beixian shouted treasure, please turn around, a white light swept out and took the Hanbei Devil Monarch's head. I've searched the soul of that celestial. He didn't lie. The Bloodpool Demon Lord said with a solemn expression. Treasure, please turn around? Chiyuma was startled at first, then he stood up in shock. Immortal slaying gourd. That must be the immortal slaying gourd. Chiyuma, what's the immortal slaying gourd? The Bloodpool Demon Lord frowned. The others also turned to look at him. The Chiyu clan was a clan with a very long history in the demon race continent. It was said that their first ancestor appeared even earlier than the Demon Lord and came to the demon race continent from somewhere else. The Chiyu clan had also experienced the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. At that time, there was a terrifying existence in the Chiyu clan that was not weaker than the current heaven-destroying Demon Lord. Unfortunately, that person died in the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, along with the rest of the higher-ups, causing the Chiyu clan to decline. Now there was only one rank 3 existence, and he was a demon general under the heaven-destroying Demon Lord. On the other hand, the heaven-destroying demon lord did not have a high position in the great war of the immortals and demons. His cultivation was not top-notch either, but he luckily survived and became the current top expert of the demon race continent. The secrets that such a race knew were naturally extraordinary. Chiyuma's body trembled slightly, and his expression turned ugly. During the great war of the immortals and demons, my ancestor died under the immortal slaying gourd. My ancestor was even stronger than the heaven-destroying demon lord back then, but he still died. Even his essence spirit did not escape. The immortal slaying gourd is one of the 10 great Khanate spiritual treasures of the immortals and is comparable to my clan's divine artifact. Comparable to a divine artifact? The demon lords were shocked. They had heard of divine artifacts before, but ever since the great war of the immortals and demons, all divine artifacts had been destroyed. Until now, there had not been a new divine artifact appearing in the demon race continent. Chapter 3093. The expressions of the other demon lords turned solemn. On the contrary, Lucifer and Dawnlight heaved a long sigh of relief. An imperceptible hint of joy flashed in the depths of their eyes. If what Chiyuma said was true, then Hanbei Demon Emperor might really be dead. Then his Lucifer clan would have lost a great enemy. Whether it's a Khanate spiritual treasure or not, we can't conclude for now. Don't let such news shake our state of mind. Bloodpool Demon Lord shook his head. The only thing we can be sure of is that Hanbei Demon Emperor is indeed dead. I suggest that we don't act rashly before a new demon emperor descends. Seconded. The Bloodpool Devil Monarch's suggestion was quickly passed. All the Devil Monarchs were old monsters that had cultivated for many years, and their thoughts were deeper than anyone else. No one would die for the sake of the Hanbei Devil Emperor. They only knew that if the Hanbei Devil Emperor wasn't a match for them, they naturally wouldn't be able to do so as well. Therefore, Bloodpool Demon Lord's suggestion was approved by everyone. By the way, is there still no news of Sky Demon Lord? Bloodpool Demon Lord frowned. Why does that baldy care about him? He probably trespassed into the immortal world and wants to find the inheritance that he kept talking about. A demon lord smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Everyone, be careful during this period of time. In the beginning, our demon race had the upper hand. Now, the immortal race has the upper hand. Bloodpool Demon Lord waved his hand. It hasn't even been a year. After Ning Qi returned to the Shura sect from the top-notch cultivation training ground, he glanced at the details of the quest panel. His advancement quest had only been completed for a few months. Calculating the time, he had spent about 5 months in the top-notch cultivation training ground, and another 3 months in the Shura sect. If he was in Shura sect during this period, the advancement mission should be almost a year away. For the next 9 years, unless there are special circumstances, I won't go to the training field. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Is Senior Ning here? A female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ning Qi walked out of the cave abode and saw a female Shura sect disciple looking at him with fear. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and a trace of fear. What's the matter? Ning Qi laughed. It's good that Senior Ning is here. Sir Dragon Riding Immortal Monarch asked me to inform Senior Ning that Han Yang Immortal Monarch, Sky River Immortal Monarch, and Kuan Peng Immortal Monarch have arrived. They have arranged a banquet and are waiting for Senior Ning. Li Yun hurriedly said. Banquet? Ning Qi was stunned for a moment before he recalled that Immortal Lord Riding Dragon had mentioned it before. However, he had almost forgotten about it after spending hundreds of years in the top-grade cultivation training ground. Let's go. You lead the way. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Li Yun quickly nodded. She brought Ning Qi and flew towards the Shura sect's banquet hall. Along the way, Li Yun would steal glances at Ning Qi from time to time. Every time Ning Qi noticed her gaze, she would be like a kitten that had stolen a fish. She would look ahead in panic, and her body seemed to stiffen. Am I that scary? Ning-Chi was slightly speechless. They didn't speak along the way, and soon, they arrived at the banquet hall. Ning-Chi discovered that this place was extremely lively. Not only did Immortal Lord Riding Dragon invite Ning-Chi, he also invited the other sect leaders on Azura planet. However, those people could only walk. Only Ning-Chi and Li Yun could walk in the air. Hence, the moment Ning-Chi arrived, countless gazes swept over. When they saw Ning-Chi's appearance, they all respectfully lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Senior Ning, this is the place. You can go in yourself, I won't be going in. Li Yun brought Ning-Chi to the entrance and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Ning-Chi smiled and walked into the banquet hall. He discovered that there were hundreds of tables inside. At the table in the center, Immortal Lord Riding Dragon and the others were seated. There were also 2 other Immortal Lords that Ning-Chi had never seen before. Other than them, the other tables were filled with Grand Unity Immortals and Mystic Immortals. The lower their cultivation, the closer they were to the side. Duan Ingjun sat at the table beside the Immortal Lords. The Azura sect leader Ting Kong and the other Grand Unity True Immortals were at the same table as him. Li Macho and Hu Qing were nowhere to be seen. Most probably they had gone to kill the devil race. Ning-Chi understood Li Macho's personality the best. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a cultivation maniac, even with the system's support, it would be impossible for her to reach the peak stage of the mystic immortal realm in such a short period of time and even condense her own Dao talisman. The moment Ning-Chi entered the hall, someone noticed him. Dao friend Ning, you are finally here. I thought that you were in seclusion and would miss this celebratory banquet. Immortal Lord Riding Dragon stood up and smiled. The other Immortal Lords stood up as well. With a swoosh, all the cultivators in the banquet hall stood up and looked at Ning-Chi with respect. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Ning-Chi amiably clasped his hands at everyone. At the entrance, the few mystic immortals closest to Ning-Chi had agitated expressions on their faces. They didn't look old and should be considered geniuses. They came to Azura planet for the sake of meeting Ning-Chi and also staying here to defend against the devil race. One could say that from the moment Ning-Chi killed Lucifer Morningstar, he gained a lot of fans. This point could be seen from the divine statue in his consciousness. Senior Ning is so kind. He doesn't put on any airs at all. This time around, I must find a chance to seek guidance from him. Let's go together. I'm afraid I won't dare to go alone. Countless gazes followed Ning-Chi until he sat at the main table. Only then did they retract their gazes. Dao friend Ning, let me introduce to you. This is the Grand Elder of the Divine Artifact Sect, Dao friend Luo Yen. He's a late-stage Immortal Lord, but because he isn't willing to be under the jurisdiction of the Langya Immortal Emperor, he doesn't have the title of Immortal Lord. He usually keeps a low profile and not many people know of him. Immortal Lord Riding Dragon smiled. The Immortal Lord he introduced looked to be in his 50s or 60s. There was a hint of fire chi around him. This fire chi wasn't ordinary fire chi. It was because he cultivated some kind of fire attribute cultivation art. Divine Artifact Sect? It seemed like he was a Grandmaster blacksmith. Ning-Chi's eyes flickered. Dao friend Ning, it's an honor to meet you. Luo Yen smiled and clasped his hands at Ning-Chi. There's no need for Immortal Lord Riding Dragon to introduce me. I'm Ziqing. Greetings, Martial Uncle Ning. The other Immortal Lord, who looked younger, stood up and bowed to Ning-Chi. The hall immediately became deathly silent. Martial Uncle Ning? This Immortal Lord who didn't reveal his true strength actually called Ning Beixian Martial Uncle? What was going on? Isn't Senior Ning's master the ancestral planet's clear jade ancestor? Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Even Immortal Lord Riding Dragon and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. You're calling me Martial Uncle? A strange look appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. He had seen people randomly call someone a godfather, but he had never seen someone randomly call someone martial uncle. Chapter 3094. Taoist Zi Qing. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here? Dragon-riding immortal lord looked at Ning Qi, then at Zi Qing. He knew how long Zi Qing had lived. He was someone who lived in the same era as Immortal Lord 3 Qi, Immortal Lord Mo Xie, and Immortal Lord White Emperor. Although he might be slightly younger than the three of them, in the current immortal world, there was no one who could live from that era to now. There weren't many immortal lords. Tri Qi Immortal Lord and the others were surprised. Zi Qing, what's going on? Luoyan, who seemed to be on good terms with Zi Qing, asked in surprise. Martial Uncle Ning, my name was given by the Great Master and Second Master. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it? I only found out about the divine might you revealed in Immortal Monarch Shengong's estate that day. Zi Qing smiled. Ning Qi already knew Zi Qing's background at the mention of Great Master and Second Master, and Shengong Immortal Lord. He was likely one of the disciples that Li Xian and Ing Zhenxuan had taken in for fun. Back then, he had thought that if he lived to this day, he would at least be a grand immortal lord, if not an immortal lord. But after so many years, no disciples had come to contact him, so he had thought that they were all dead. But now, Zi Qing Immortal Lord suddenly appeared, and his cultivation wasn't low either. He was a perfected immortal lord like Dragon Rider Immortal Lord and the others. I see. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and asked casually, what about your senior and junior brothers? I remember there was a pair of brother and sister called Bei Shao. Oh, I don't remember the younger sister's name. It's senior brother Bei Shao and senior sister Bei Meng, but both of their lifespans ran out and were reincarnated. As for the other senior and junior brothers, they didn't live to this day. Only this disciple was lucky enough to survive. Zi Qing sighed. Ning Qi was now sure that Zi Qing's background was real. Otherwise, how would he know that there were two little fellows called Bei Shao and Bei Meng? What's going on? The other immortal lords were confused. Ning Qi naturally couldn't explain. After all, when the immortal tomb sent people back to the past, many people thought it was just an illusion. Only a few thought it was real, but they couldn't find out. This disciple saw Martial Uncle in the All-Heaven Talisman and rushed to Shura sect. I wonder if Master and Second Master. Are they well? Zi Qing was a little nervous. Your master and the others are doing well. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Zi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, after so many years, he already felt that Li Xian and the other two girls had already died of old age. Otherwise, how could he not know that their cultivation levels were extremely high? Now that he had received Ning Qi's affirmation and learned that the two women were still alive, he felt extremely gratified. Martial Uncle, I wonder when I can pay my respects to the two masters. Zi Qing looked at Ning Qi expectantly. From Ning Qi's background, he had already guessed that the two ladies must be in the ancestral planet. However, the ancestral planet was a forbidden land for primordial immortals, immortal monarchs, and immortal emperors. If they went there without permission, they might be killed with a sword. It's too troublesome to travel back and forth. How about this, there's no hurry to meet them. Let's see what's going on in the Devil Sky, Immortal Domain. I'm prepared to stay here for 10 years. If the Devil Sky Immortal Domain still hasn't attacked the ancient heavenly court after 10 years, I'll personally bring you back. Ning Qi laughed. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Seeing that Ning Qi had agreed, Zi Qing immediately cupped his hands. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Zi Qing and fellow Ning to have such a relationship, Dragon-riding Immortal Lord lamented. Then, the seniority is going to be messed up. Hanyang Immortal Lord chuckled. Fellow Immortal Lords, let's go our separate ways today. In terms of seniority, I'm only a peak primordial immortal, so I'm naturally the youngest. Ning Qi smiled. The crowd's expression turned solemn. Kuan Pung, Immortal Lord, said with a stern expression, "Fellow Taoist Ning killed the Hanbei demon monarch with a single strike. If you're the youngest, doesn't that mean we're the grandchildren?" Ha 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 ha. The crowd was startled at first, before bursting into laughter. Kuan Pung, Immortal Lord, seemed a little confused as to why his words would provoke such laughter. As fellow Taoist Ning said, "Let's go our separate ways. Come, let's drink. Today, Immortal Lord 3 Qi is being generous, so everyone will have a mortal song to drink. You guys, come, let's give a toast to fellow Taoist Ning. If it weren't for him, the demon race would have invaded in 2 years. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord raised his cup and said with a smile, "Whoosh whoosh whoosh." In the hall, regardless of whether they were grand immortals or mystic immortals, all of them stood up and toasted Ning Qi. This banquet could be said to be a drunken stupor. Only after Immortal Lord 3 Qi's stock was completely emptied and Ning Qi took out another 20 jars of mortal songs did everyone return. Speaking of which, after the demon race's invasion, this was the first time in several hundred years that people felt the most relaxed on Azura planet. After the banquet ended, the various immortal lords returned to their respective battlefields. Ziqing also came here because he planned to guard a battlefield. Before he and Luo Yan left, Ning Qi and the others went to send them off. "Fellow Taoist Luo Yan, please wait a moment." Seeing that Ziqing and Ziqing were about to enter the teleportation array, Ning Qi suddenly spoke. "What's the matter, fellow Taoist Ning?" Luo Yan smiled. "I've done some research on the Tao of weaponsmithing, but I've reached a bottleneck and don't have a good spiritual land. I wonder if fellow Taoist Luo Yan has any suggestions?" Ning Qi clasped his hands. He had cultivated the 9 hells tempering art all the way to the 6th level and had reached a bottleneck. If he could break through to the 7th level, he would be able to condense the immortal slaying 4 swords into high-grade Tao weapons. At that time, once the immortal slaying sword formation was established, regardless of devil or immortal lords, only death would await them. Help! Fellow Taoist Ning has also done some research on the Tao of weaponsmithing? Luo Yan looked at Ning Qi with some astonishment. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord and the other 2 were also very surprised. Usually speaking, if one was proficient in alchemy and weaponsmithing other than cultivation, their cultivation speed would definitely be slowed down. Ning Qi was able to become a Grand Unity True Immortal in such a short period of time. They didn't expect that he also had the talent in weaponsmithing. Maybe he only has a superficial understanding of it, the 3 of them silently mused. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. From what I know, fellow Taoist Ning is from the ancient immortal race. Could it be that fellow Taoist Ning has inherited the weaponsmithing arts of the ancient immortal race? Luo Yan's attitude towards Ning Qi could be considered normal. But now, his gaze when he looked at Ning Qi contained a hint of passion. Who didn't know that weaponsmithing arts originated from the ancient immortal race? Even the legendary Xiantian treasures could be forged by the ancient immortal race. Ziqing, I won't be going with you. During this period of time, I want to stay on Azura planet and exchange pointers with fellow Taoist Ning. Chapter 3095. Over the next few months, Luo Yan visited Ning Qi's cave abode every day, sometimes staying for half a month at a time. As soon as Ning Qi revealed a bit of the 9 hells tempering art, Luo Yan, a Grand Elder of the Divine Artifacts sect and one of the top 3 artifact forging grandmasters in the world of immortals aside from the Heavenly Tao clan, was shocked. With Ning Qi's current artificing skills, refining a mid-grade Tao artifact was a piece of cake. As long as he had the spiritual materials, he could refine a mid-grade Tao artifact in no more than a year. Luo Yan also had the ability to refine mid-grade Tao artifacts, but every mid-grade Dao artifact would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. If he wanted a better quality Dao artifact, it would take at least 10,000 years. So runes can be engraved in this way. This way, the power of this Dao artifact has increased by at least 30%, as expected of the ancient immortal clan's artificing skills. Luo Yin sighed. Ning Qi used immortal qi to demonstrate his artificing method, but it only took up less than 1% of the 9 hell tempering art. Luo Yin was amazed. Fellow Taoist Ning, I heard that you have reached a bottleneck in your artifact refining technique. I have a good suggestion. The immortal flames that you have integrated with are not of high quality. They can only be regarded as above average in the ranking of immortal flames. Through my observations over the past few days, your bottleneck has been stuck here. If you have an even better immortal flame, you might be able to make a breakthrough. Luo Yin suddenly said. Please enlighten me, Taoist Luo. Ning Qi smiled. He knew that Luo Yan's words might have some other meaning. In fact, my artifact sect has some connections with the ancient immortal clan. Before the Immortal Fiend War, we had a third step Almighty who was extremely skilled in the art of artificing. Legend has it that the third step Almighty even refined a connate numinous treasure. Luo Yin said with a serious expression. Connate numinous treasure? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. Did you succeed? Luo Yin smiled. I think I failed. There's no record of it in the sect. Later, the old ancestor died in the Immortal Fiend War and our sect declined. But after all these years, no matter how much we declined, our artificing skills have always ranked among the top in the immortal world. Taoist Ning, do you know why? Why? Because of the inheritance? Ning Qi smiled. Inheritances can also be lost. Luo Yin said meaningfully, it has nothing to do with the inheritance. In the forbidden area of my divine artifact sect, there is a divine mountain. That divine mountain is shrouded in flames all day long. Forging around the divine mountain can increase the chances of success and quality. If you can enter the center of the divine mountain and use the magical flames around it to forge, however, up until now, I've only been able to reach the waist of the mountain with my cultivation. If I want to reach the center, I'm afraid I'll need to reach the Emperor realm or even take that step. A divine mountain shrouded in flames, Ning Qi's eyes flickered. This should be the core of the artifact sect. This was a spiritual land that was extremely helpful for alchemy and refining weapons. He just didn't know if the flames inside could help him break through to the 7th level of the 9 hell tempering technique. There are records in my sect. It's said that a long time ago, this divine mountain was just an ordinary mountain. Later on, the heavens descended and turned the mountain into what it is today. I'll be blunt about that flame. Even the number 1 immortal flame in the immortal world, the heavenly divine flame, isn't much stronger than it. It's just that I can't enter until now. I can't enter the center of the divine mountain and experience it for myself. Luo Yin sighed. Taoist Luo, may I ask if this mountain has a name? Ning Qi felt that what Luo Yin said sounded so familiar, so he asked subconsciously. This mountain is called the Blazing Mountain. It's been named since a long time ago. Because the name might have been given by my sect's patriarch, the descendants didn't dare to change it. Luo Yin smiled. Blazing Mountain, Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. Was it a coincidence? Or was it the Blazing Mountain that he knew of? If it was the latter, then the flames on the Blazing Mountain were indeed not ordinary flames. They were immortal flames that fell from the old Lord's cauldron when Monkey knocked it over. Taoist Luo, you should have something else to say. Please go ahead. Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. It's like this. I feel that this Blazing Mountain can be of help to Taoist Ning. However, the Patriarch said that other than cultivators of my divine artifact sect, outsiders are not allowed to enter the Blazing Mountain. However, as the Grand Elder of my divine artifact sect, The patriarch shouldn't blame me for breaking the rule once in a while. It's just that. Luo Yan looked at Ning Qi with some embarrassment. I wonder if Taoist Ning can impart some of the ancient immortal clan's weaponsmithing arts to me. Is that so? The weaponsmithing arts I have are also a secret that can't be passed down. If the Blazing Mountain can't help me, Ning Qi muttered. It's fine. I can let Taoist Ning enter the Blazing Mountain first. If it's of help, it won't be too late for Taoist Ning to impart it to me. If not, just treat it as me doing Taoist Ning a small favor. Taoist Ning, just remember this favor, Luo Yan hurriedly said. That's possible. Ning Qi nodded slowly. If the Blazing Mountain was of help to him, he could impart the first 3 levels of the Blazing 9 Hell Tempering Art. That would be sufficient for him to cultivate. If it wasn't of any help, he would impart the next level to repay the favor. I wonder how far is your sect from Azura Planet? How long would the round trip take? Ning Qi asked. It's not far, not far. My divine weapon sect is located at the border of the ancient heavenly court. However, that place is a grotto heaven, so it's hard for ordinary people to find it. With me leading the way, a round trip of 3 to 5 months should be sufficient. Luo Yan immediately spoke. Right now, he was in a rush to learn Ning Qi's weaponsmithing arts. He naturally hoped that Ning Qi would immediately follow him to the Blazing Mountain. At the border? That's good. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. Ning Qi smiled. If the Blazing Mountain was also considered the border, this wouldn't conflict with his advancement mission at all. As for the devil race, Ning Qi believed that there wouldn't be too many changes within a short period of time after the Hanbei Devil Emperor died. Even if there was, he could use the all-heavenly talisman to instantly return to Azura Planet. Upon thinking of this, Ning Qi's eyes flashed as he spoke to Luo Yan. Taoist Luo, is there anyone in your sect who can use the all-heavenly talisman? Yes. Luo Yan nodded. The all-heavenly talisman is quite useful. Although it can't be compared to a Tao artifact, to those disciples, its function is comparable to a Tao artifact. That's good. Ning Qi smiled. Even the journey of 3 to 5 months could be saved. After that, he released Kong Xian and Mo Qian from his creation domain. Miss Kong Xian, this place is the Azura sect. There are 3 immortal lords guarding this place. From now on, you can stay in my cave abode. Ning Qi smiled at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes flashed. She glanced at Luo Yan and nodded. You should stay here as well. If you can contribute, I can consider restoring your freedom in the future. Ning Qi then glanced at Mo Qian, who was dressed like a maid. Chapter 3096. Taoist Ning, why aren't you using the teleportation array? Luo Yan was rather surprised. I have a way to reach the artifact sect quickly. Do you trust me, Taoist Luo? Ning Qi smiled. A hint of suspicion flashed through Luo Yan's eyes, but he smiled calmly. Why wouldn't I trust you? What can I do even if you want to harm me, Taoist Ning? You can even kill the Hanbei Demon Emperor. I'm just a late-stage immortal lord. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand a single blow from you, Taoist Ning. You must be joking, Taoist Luo. Since you trust me, let's enter. Ning Qi cast the creation domain. Luo Yan was an immortal lord, and his cultivation was higher than Ning Qi's. Even if Ning Qi's combat strength was stronger than his, it was impossible for him to force him into the creation domain. He had to enter willingly. Luo Yan pondered for a few breaths. Seeing that Ning Qi's expression was calm without a hint of gloominess, he nodded and entered the creation domain. The forbidden area of the artifact sect, the Volcano of Flames. The artifact sect was an artificing sect, which was why it did not have many disciples. Even with an immortal lord like Luo Yan, there were only slightly more than 1,000 disciples. Right now, there were several hundred disciples surrounding the volcano, using the immortal flames to refine artifacts. Their cultivation was too low, and they were only profound immortals, which was why they could not enter the volcano. Even grand immortals were only a few dozen feet away from them, still at the foot of the mountain. Grand Luo, on the other hand, did not have the right to enter the forbidden area, mainly because their cultivation was too low. Even if they were around the volcano, they would not be able to withstand the terrifying fire chi, and would be burned to ashes immediately. Senior Brother Bai's strength has improved again recently. Several profound immortals who had just arrived at the forbidden area subconsciously looked towards a profound immortal dressed in white. Although profound immortals like them could not enter the volcano, the closer they were, the higher their cultivation was. That profound immortal dressed in white was the closest to the foot of the volcano, and there was no one around him. Even the closest one was a few dozen feet away. Senior Brother Bai seems to be trying to refine a mid-grade Dao artifact. From the looks of it, it won't be long before he succeeds. That's impossible. In our sect, aside from the sect master and the few elders, only the Grand Elder can forge mid-grade Dao artifacts. Although Senior Brother Bai is talented, he can't enter the Flame Mountain without reaching the primordial immortal realm. He can't use the immortal flames of the Flame Mountain to forge Dao artifacts. It is extremely difficult. A divine artifact sect disciple shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous bang resounded from afar. The refinement of the Dao artifact before the white-clothed mysterious immortal had failed, and it caused an enormous explosion. When the smoke dissipated, the white-robed Xian Xian stood there in a sorry state. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes, as if he was thinking about why he had failed this time. At this moment, an even louder explosion came from the foot of the mountain. Following that, 3 figures flew out one after another. They looked even more wretched than the white-robed Xian immortal. The 3 of them were all on fire. When the disciples around the divine mountain saw this, they all retreated, not daring to approach the 3. They were afraid of the 3 people. Immortal flame. Just a little bit more, sigh. After the 3 extinguished the flames on their bodies, they looked at each other. One of the black-faced elders laughed bitterly. Just a little bit more, and that high-grade Dao artifact would have been forged. It's a pity that our cultivation is too weak. If we could have walked another 7 or 8 feet, with the help of a stronger immortal flame, we might have succeeded. First Senior Brother, you're too impatient. Eldest Senior Brother, you're too anxious. 7 or 8 zhang, isn't that easy? Even Master can only walk halfway up the mountain. Another person looked at the Flame Mountain and sighed. Wait, I felt something strange in the Flame Mountain just now. Otherwise, our Dao artifact would not have exploded even if it had failed. The last person said with a serious expression. When the white-robed Xian Xian heard this, he immediately took a step forward. Uncle Masters, I also sensed such a strange movement. I was at a crucial point in the refinement process just now. Because of this strange movement, I failed at the last step. When the 3 heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Without waiting for them to speak, the sound of howling wind suddenly came from the direction of the mountain of flames. Then, the flames that were slightly thin compared to the mountainside suddenly rose several feet, and instantly emitted a terrifying heat. The 3 people immediately reacted, waved their hands, and laid down a restrictive spell to protect the surroundings. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape in time and would have been burned to death by the soaring heat. What's going on? Everyone, including the 3 elders of the artifact sect, looked at the Flame Mountain in shock. The Flame Mountain had not changed for countless years. Why would it suddenly become so restless today? The flames at the foot of the mountain were comparable to the flames halfway up the mountain, and the flames halfway up the mountain were dozens of feet higher. As for the changes at the top of the mountain, with their cultivation, they could not detect it at all. But from this, they could infer that the entire Flame Mountain must have strengthened several times. The Flame Mountain is the foundation of our artifact sect. We must immediately inform Master of such a strange movement. The three elders looked at each other. One of them took out the All-Heaven Talisman and was just about to inform Luo Yan when Ning Qi appeared beside them. Who is it? An enemy has invaded the forbidden area of our artifact sect. How dare you? The three elders were the first to react. The rest of the artifact sect disciples also stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They did not know how Ning Qi had come in. This was the forbidden area of the artifact sect. Ordinary people could not even find the artifact sect, let alone find this place. Ning Qi stared blankly at the burning divine mountain in front of him. An extremely strong premonition told him that this divine mountain could definitely help him break through the bottleneck of the 9 hell tempering technique and reach the 7th level. After the change in the flame mountain, perhaps even a primordial unity could not reach the foot of the mountain. The current aura was many times more terrifying than before. That was why Ning Qi had such a strong premonition. Seeing that Ning Qi was ignoring them, the three elders of the artifact sect were immediately furious. Just as they were about to join forces, they saw Ning Qi wave his hand lightly, and Luo Yan appeared in front of them. Master? Grand Elder? Everyone looked at Luo Yan, dumbfounded. This is the Flame Mountain? Taoist Ning, what kind of immortal art did you use to arrive here in an instant? Luo Yan looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. He had entered Ning Qi's creation domain for less than 3 to 5 breaths of time. Just as he was about to take a look, he appeared at the foot of the Flame Mountain. It's just a small trick. Taoist Luo Yan, please excuse me. Ning Qi smiled. Luo Yan was not annoyed when he saw that Ning Qi did not say anything. Such an immortal art was very powerful. If it was him, he would not casually reveal it to others. Master, weren't you at Azura planet? Why? The three elders of the artifact sect hurriedly took a step forward. Chapter 3097. Master, earlier we were forging artifacts inside. In the end, the Tao artifact exploded and we came out. After that, Flaming Mountain became like this. Yes, there were no signs. The three quickly said. The explosion of the Tao artifact is already a sign. Luo Yan's expression was solemn. For many years, the Flaming Mountain has not changed. I don't know if this is good or bad, fellow Taoist Luo. You mean the Flaming Mountain was not like this before? Ning Qi asked. Yes. Luo Yan nodded. I could walk to the waist of the Flaming Mountain before, but in this situation, I'm afraid I can only walk to the foot. If I go any higher, I'll probably be burned to death. Luo Yan's disciples were concerned about how Ning Qi addressed him. Fellow Taoist Luo? Was he also an immortal lord? Thinking of this, the three elders broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking of how they almost attacked Ning Qi, they were terrified. I see. I think this change should be in a good direction. Although you can't walk to the waist of the mountain, as long as you're at the foot, you'll have the same effect. If your cultivation gets stronger in the future, you'll be able to walk to the waist of the mountain, which is equivalent to the peak. Ning Qi said. That's true, Luo Yan nodded slowly, but he was still a little worried. The Flame Mountain, which hadn't changed in countless years, suddenly had such a change. It was always worrying. If something happened to the Flame Mountain, then the artifact sect's artifact forging standards would greatly decline. The monkey cultivated the indestructible body of Vajra and the eyes of fire and gold in the pill furnace. I wonder if the flames on the Flaming Mountain will have the effect of tempering my body. Thinking of this, Ning Qi did not want to waste any more time. He smiled at Luo Yan. Fellow Taoist Luo, then I'll go in? Fellow Taoist Ning, please, but be careful. Don't be rash. If you can't bear it, don't continue. Luo Yan warned with a smile. Master? When the three elders of the Divine Tool sect saw Luo Yan walk into the Flame Mountain, they immediately looked at Luo Yan with shock and doubt in their eyes. According to the rules of the artifact sect, outsiders weren't allowed to enter the forbidden area, let alone enter the Flame Mountain. Wasn't this breaking the rules set by the ancestor? Stay here and don't ask about anything else. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Luo Yin said calmly. Yes, master. The three of them nodded like chicks pecking at grains, not daring to say anything else. The other disciples of the divine artifact sect did not dare to speak either. From this, it could be seen how powerful Luo Yan's influence in the divine artifact sect was. Hot. So hot. As soon as Ning Qi entered the Flame Mountain, he felt an extremely hot aura rushing towards him. This was only the edge of the Flame Mountain, not even the foot of the mountain. The ground was burning with translucent flames. These flames burned Ning Qi's body, but they couldn't cause any harm to him. However, when Luo Yan and the others saw this scene, they were greatly astonished. Because Ning Qi did not use any celestial arts to isolate the flames from invading his body. Even though this was not the foot of the mountain, the flames were still extremely terrifying. Even Luo Yan did not dare to directly use his physical body to resist them. Back then, the reason why he was able to walk halfway up the mountain was because his cultivation was high enough to release a fire that could isolate it. A barrier that was invaded by flames. Fellow cultivator Ning's body is extremely terrifying. Luo Yan could not help but exclaim. Master, who is this senior? His body is comparable to the sun adamantine? No, even if the sun adamantine was placed at the foot of the mountain, it would melt in an instant. Let alone the sun adamantine, even a mid-grade Dao artifact would melt if he didn't use a celestial art. This senior's body is already comparable to a mid-grade Dao artifact? That's terrifying. Master, is this senior an immortal lord who specializes in body tempering? Luo Yan's three disciples quickly asked. The disciples of the divine artifact sect pricked up their ears and looked at Ning Qi's back in shock, while focusing their attention on Luo Yan. This is fellow cultivator Ning Beixian, the one who killed a demon lord on planet North Wilderness. Apart from being powerful, fellow cultivator Ning's crafting skills are also top-notch. You don't have to ask too many questions. If fellow cultivator Ning is willing to give you a few pointers when he comes out, it would be an opportunity for you. Luo Yan smiled. Ning Beixian? He's Ning Beixian. I didn't expect our Grand Elder to be acquainted with Ning Beixian. Oh right, Ning Beixian is on Azura planet. Our Grand Elder went to Azura planet before, so it's not surprising that we know each other. Luo Yan's three disciples were shocked, but the disciples of the divine artifact sect behind them were shocked and excited. After the white-robed immortal learned of Ning Qi's identity, a hint of jealousy appeared in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. Very soon, Ning Qi arrived at the foot of the mountain. After the transformation of the blazing mountain, the fact that Ning Qi was able to reach this place proved that his strength was comparable to an immortal lord. Moreover, he wasn't someone who had just broken through to the immortal lord realm. Fellow cultivator Ning is still using his body to resist. How can his body be so strong? Luo Yan's expression changed. Ever since he became an immortal lord, he had seen countless existences. He had even interacted with a few body-tempering cultivators, but none of them could reach Ning Qi's level. Maybe only the demon race that specializes in body tempering can be compared to him. Luo Yan thought. Not bad, not bad. At the foot of the mountain, the immortal flames on the blazing mountain can actually temper my body. Looks like my guess was right. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. The flames were burning on his body, just like Devil Qi, constantly tempering Ning Qi's body, and the effect was even better than Devil Qi. This was only the foot of the mountain. What if he reached halfway up the mountain, or even the top? With this thought in mind, Ning Qi didn't stop and continued to walk up. Fellow cultivator Ning wants to go to the mountainside? That's a little dangerous. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with worry. He was extremely confident in the blazing mountain. He believed that even immortal emperors could at most reach the peak in the past. After the transformation, even immortal emperors might not be able to reach the peak. If something happened to Ningqi here, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the various immortal lords. 1 step, 2 steps. Ningqi's footsteps became slower and slower. He was still a long distance from the mountainside, but Ningqi felt that this was the limit of his body. Just when everyone thought that Ningqi wouldn't go any further, he suddenly let out a low roar. Then, his body suddenly transformed into a giant ape. Boom! Boom! With 2 continuous steps, Ningqi crossed an extremely long distance and arrived at the waist of the mountain. He's at the mountainside. Chapter 3098. This is the limit. Feeling the burning sensation on his skin, Ningqi did not dare to go any further. This was the limit of what he could endure. If he walked a few more feet, he would probably be burned to ashes by the immortal flames. Boundless flames enveloped Ningqi. He didn't even need to circulate his cultivation technique, as his body was constantly tempered by the burning flames. If it's really the immortal flames that fell from the Elder Supreme Lord's pill furnace, if I were a monkey, I would probably be burned to ashes the moment I entered the furnace. Thinking of this, Ningqi was about to take out the immortal vanquishing 4 swords to see if he could break through the 9 hell tempering technique when a roar came from the top of the mountain. Roar! The terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions. Luo Yan's expression changed drastically as he looked at the top of the flaming mountain in shock. How was this possible? This was clearly the roar of some kind of creature, but after so many years, he did not know that there was a creature living in the flaming mountain. Immortal? Demon? Demon? Luo Yan's disciples, as well as the artifact sect cultivators present, were all shocked by this roar. What's that sound? It can't be. There's some kind of existence living on the flaming mountain? The change in the flaming mountain must be because of this existence. Just as everyone was pointing at the flaming mountain, the flaming mountain changed again. Boom! The terrifying flames rose again. And it was not limited to the flaming mountain, but swept in all directions. What's going on? Quick! Everyone, retreat from the forbidden area! Luo Yan's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, he set up a restrictive technique that temporarily stopped the surging immortal flames. His 3 disciples didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of their hands, they led the disciples of the artifact sect away from the forbidden area. Fellow Taoist Ning, come out quickly! Luo Yan roared. The surging flames became more and more terrifying. Even he could only last for about 10 breaths of time. At this moment, Luo Yan was very shocked. If the flames of the flaming mountain filled the forbidden area, then ordinary disciples would not be able to enter this place in the future. Luo Yan roared angrily. Ningqi did not respond. Luo Yan's expression became extremely ugly. He had already guessed that Ningqi might have been burned to death by this sudden change of the flaming mountain. Originally, halfway up the mountain was equivalent to the peak, but after this change, the foot of the mountain was equivalent to the peak, and halfway up the mountain, I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Ning, Luo Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. He could no longer stop the surging flames, so he turned around and left the forbidden ground. At that instant, the entire forbidden ground was engulfed in raging flames. Outside the forbidden area, his 3 disciples stood side by side, looking at Luo Yan nervously. Master, what's going on? You don't have to ask. I don't know either. Luo Yan's complexion turned ugly as he shook his head. This time, I've harmed fellow Taoist Ning. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to learn Ningqi's refining skills, he wouldn't have allowed Ningqi to go to the Blazing Mountain. However, the Blazing Mountain just had to change at this time. Even a celestial emperor would be burned to death by that kind of fire, let alone Ning Qi, who was only a perfected Tai, perfected true immortal. Apart from that, there was also that roar. Luo Yan suspected that this was an old monster who had been hiding in the Flame Mountain since the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Such an existence was most likely a third step, almighty. Blazing Mountain. Ning Qi stared blankly at the sky. As for the flames, they were swaying 3 feet away from his body. They couldn't touch him, and even the heat was isolated. 5 feet above Ning Qi's head, there was a pill furnace spinning around. It was this pill furnace that protected Ning Qi, preventing him from dying on the spot under the raging flames. Taishang Laojun Elixir Furnace? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. Ever since he had obtained it in the central mainland, Ning Qi had been using it to refine pills. In terms of alchemy, the elixir furnace had many advantages. Today was the first time he had seen such a scene on its own. Roar. Another roar came from the top of the mountain. Accompanied by this roar, the surrounding flames became more intense. Ning Qi's expression gradually became serious. He was ready to leave this place at any time. However, he was very curious about what kind of existence could survive in this blazing mountain. Could it be an ancient immortal who had escaped here to hide during the Great War of Immortals and Demons? That was why Ning Qi didn't use the All-Heaven Talisman to leave this place immediately. He wanted to see if that existence would show up. About 5 breaths later, Ning Qi didn't see that existence, but he discovered an incredible change. The surrounding flames were constantly rushing into the Taishang Laojun elixir furnace. This, Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He had already guessed that the blazing mountain was really that blazing mountain. The fire on the mountain was originally pouring out from the Laojun elixir furnace. Now it was just returning. The speed at which the elixir furnace absorbed the flames was getting faster and faster. Ning Qi could only see the flames from all directions surging towards him like rolling waves. However, they couldn't touch him and directly rushed into the elixir furnace. Roar. The roar came again. This time, Ning Qi saw with his own eyes a thing burning with flames rising from the top of the mountain. Qilin. As soon as Ning Qi saw this creature, 2 words automatically appeared in his mind. Lion head, antlers, elk body, dragon scales, ox tail. Except for the flames all over its body, no matter how you looked at it, it was some kind of immortal beast in Ning Qi's memory. Fire Qilin. So there was a fire Qilin hiding in this blazing mountain. It had been sleeping all this time, so there were no changes to the blazing mountain. Today it woke up? When Ning Qi's eyes landed on the fire Qilin, the other party also looked over. However, it wasn't looking at Ning Qi, but the elixir furnace. Its eyes seemed to be bursting with anger, dissatisfied with the elixir furnace absorbing the flames here. Ning Qi subconsciously checked its attributes and discovered that it might not be a real Qilin. This was because in the attributes it wrote, Mystic Realm Spirit. Mystic Realm Spirit. It was the same as the divine mountain he had encountered during the Tiandao family's trial. Just like the stone that gave birth to the monkey, this blazing mountain had actually given birth to a mystic realm spirit. This was a natural third step existence. Roar. The fire Qilin let out an angry roar and stepped on the air. In an instant, it arrived in front of the elixir furnace and swallowed it. Ning Qi sat below the elixir furnace and clearly felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. The fire Qilin's target was not him, but the elixir furnace. However, the aura that leaked directly injured Ning Qi, causing a trace of blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3099. Found it. Ning Qi moved his spiritual force and found Duan Yingjuan's name. When he was about to leave with the Laojun elixir furnace through the All-Heaven Talisman, the Laojun elixir furnace emitted an even more terrifying aura that directly overshadowed the fire Qilin. This made Ning Qi's actions slow down. There seemed to be a flash of horror in the fire Kylan's eyes. It turned around and was about to escape, but it was too late. Its body suddenly shrank and was sucked into the elixir furnace like the surrounding flames. Then, the flames on the flame mountain seemed to be flowing faster without the fire Kylan. In less than 5 breaths, the flames of the entire flame mountain were absorbed by the elixir furnace, revealing the dry brown surface. The Laojun elixir furnace was still spinning, and sparks of flames sputtered out from time to time. At the same time, the elixir furnace became extremely red, as if it was about to melt. Ningqi looked at this scene with a solemn expression. He knew that he couldn't move at will at this time. Otherwise, if the elixir furnace exploded, he would be burned to ashes immediately. Time ticked by. 4 hours later, the color of the elixir furnace gradually returned to normal. At the same time, the waves of heat disappeared instantly as if the flames had been completely tamed. That's it? The spirit of the mystic realm, the fire Kylan, is at least at the 3rd step, right? I just don't know if it's at the early stage, mid-stage, late stage, or perfected Tao querying realm. Ningqi looked at the elixir furnace with a sigh. This elixir furnace was just a fragment of the genuine Laojun elixir furnace, but it could easily suppress the spirit of the mystic realm. Its strength was somewhat terrifying. The sacred mountain of the Tiandao family was far inferior to the flame mountain. The flame mountain had truly nurtured the spirit of the mystic realm, but the sacred mountain had not been able to nurture a complete spirit of the mystic realm until the mystic realm was about to shatter. Even so, the silver dragon had expended a lot of effort to suppress it. However, the silver dragon's strength was obviously not at its peak. It was difficult to distinguish which was stronger between the elixir furnace and the silver dragon. Ningqi moved his mind and the Laojun elixir furnace landed in front of him cooperatively. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At least after this mutation, the Laojun elixir furnace was still his Dharma treasure. I can't use my spiritual force. Should I open it and take a look? Ningqi stood in place and looked at the Grand Supreme Lord Pill furnace hesitantly. Not only did the cauldron contain flames that could kill a group of celestial emperors, but it also contained a secret realm spirit that could even kill an ancient transformation realm cultivator. This thought just flashed by. Who knew that the Grand Supreme Lord Pill furnace seemed to be aware of it and directly opened the lid. With a boom, a surging heat wave swept directly towards Ningqi. At the same time, it was accompanied by an unwilling roar. The fire Qilint's massive head emerged from the pill furnace. Ningqi could clearly see that its eyes were filled with panic. The arcane realm spirit was still inside. Cover it! Ningqi shouted and covered his face with both hands. In just a moment both his arms were almost cooked. The charred skin peeled off piece by piece, and then new skin immediately grew out. This was because Ningqi had a strong body. If it were any other primordial immortals, they would have been severely injured. He might even be burned to death by the heat wave. After all, this was not an ordinary immortal flame. The pill furnace suppressed the fire Qilin, but at the same time, it also took in all the immortal flames. If I want to use the immortal flames to advance the 9 hell tempering technique, I can only take out a little. Ningqi felt a headache. The current situation was very awkward. The Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace suddenly showed its power and took in the arcane realm spirit of the Blazing Mountain, along with all the immortal flames of the Blazing Mountain. This was indeed very beneficial to Ningqi. If he could subdue this fire Qilin, he might even have an additional 3rd step Almighty as his subordinate. However, the reality was that he did not even dare to open the lid of the pill furnace. Firstly, the heat was unbearable. All the immortal flames were condensed in the small pill furnace, and its power was extremely terrifying. Secondly, he did not know if the fire Qilin would escape after opening it. Ningqi was not sure if the pill furnace could be used a second time. Suppress the fire Qilin. Wait, these immortal flames are originally from the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace. I'll use it to refine the fire Qilin. Maybe I can get an incredible immortal pill. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Don't, an extremely pleasant female voice came from the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace. Don't refine me into an immortal pill. It wasn't easy for me to give birth to spiritual consciousness. Please, the voice continued. And? You are the fire Qilin? Ning Qi was startled. He did not expect the spirit of the secret realm to be female, and her voice was very delicate and pleasant to listen to. Yes, interesting. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a smile. You can't come out now. The fire Qilin did not say anything. It seemed to be puzzled by Ning Qi's question. She was suppressed. How could she come out? If I open the lid, can you come out? Ning Qi smiled. This thing is too terrifying. It trapped me inside. I can't get out even if you open the lid. Please let me go. I can give you my home. Ugh. Can't get out? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with suspicion. He was not sure if this was the trick of the fire Qilin. However, the fire Qilin's words revealed a trace of childishness. It was very likely that it was born recently. I'll ask you, answer me honestly, and maybe I won't refine you into a pill. Ning Qi smiled. When did you gain consciousness? Ning Qi said lightly. 3 days ago. You lied to me. I'm going to refine you into a pill. Why? I didn't lie to you. Then why do you speak the common language of the immortal world? Ning Qi's voice gradually turned cold. I could speak since I was born. In my memory there are many languages. Believe me. Then do you understand this sentence? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he used the common language of the demon race. I understand. The fire Qilin also used the common language of the demon race to reply. Is it a memory inheritance? Or is it a natural talent of the spirit of the secret realm? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. It's impossible to let you go, but I promise you that I won't refine you into a pill. However, you have to help me with a small matter. Ning Qi said. You can't let me go. Then that's fine. Anyway, this place is like my home. I can cultivate here. Tell me what you want me to help you with. When I need it, send me some immortal flames. Just a little, about the size of my pinky. Remember, it's my pinky, not yours. Ning Qi said. Okay. The fire Qilin agreed without hesitation. Ning Qi felt that it was necessary to test it. With a slight thought, he brought the pill furnace to the top cultivation training ground. As expected, it doesn't have any hostility towards me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to come to the training ground in battle. Chapter 3100. For safety's sake, the lid of the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace was only slightly opened. Then, a fingernail-sized spark floated out. This immortal flame was condensed by the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace. When this immortal flame appeared, it instantly expanded and exploded. Then, Ning Qi was surrounded by raging flames. This temperature is almost the same as when we were halfway up the mountain. Ning Qi's eyes moved, and the lid was already closed. The fire Qilin did not do anything else. The 4 immortal execution swords broke through the air. Ning Qi was in this raging flame, and with the help of the flame, he frantically used the 9 hell tempering technique to forge the 4 immortal swords. It was originally difficult to advance the 9 hell tempering technique, but under this environment, the proficiency was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Ning Qi's physical body was also tempered. 10 years later. A little more. Another spark floated out. Another 10 years passed. Give me 2 sparks this time, Ning Qi said. In these 10 years, not only did his physical strength increase a bit, but he also developed some resistance to the flames in the pill furnace. Ning Qi wanted to try 2 sparks to see if he could rush to the 7th level of the 9 hell tempering technique in one fell swoop. Time was like water, quietly passing by. After more than 300 years, finally, one day, the four immortal execution swords let out a buzzing sound, and their bodies shone brightly. They advanced to high-grade Dao tools. The 9 hell tempering technique also advanced to the 7th level. During this period of time, Ning Qi did not count how many sparks he had borrowed from, but the place he was standing at now was several times more terrifying than when he was halfway up the mountain. Ning Qi's basic physical strength had doubled, and at the same time, his resistance to fire had increased by many times. At least, in the future, when he encountered immortal flames that were of a lower level than the flames in the pill furnace, Ning Qi did not have to care. Immortal Execution Sword Array Rise. The 4 immortal slaying swords broke through the air and floated around Ning Qi. The horrifying sword essence swept out in all directions. With such power, even if an immortal lord or demon lord enters, there is only death. Ning Qi was somewhat satisfied. However, he had not become a celestial lord yet, and the energy in his body was not enough to support the celestial eradication sword formation for too long. This method could be used as a trump card when the demon race invaded in the future. Coupled with a chance from the immortal slaying gourd, Ning Qi felt that his advancement mission had gone from hell difficulty to medium difficulty. The premise was that the other party did not have a third step or an ancient demon. Again, Ning Qi intended to continue forging to see if he could break through to the 8th level and refine the 4 immortal banishing swords into top-grade Dao artifact. The flames flew out. When the flames reached the peak that Ning Qi could withstand, Ning Qi realized that the current situation was no different from having no flames. This bit of temperature seemed to no longer be able to enhance the 9 hell tempering technique. I do have the means to improve the 9 hell tempering art, but my body is not strong enough. Ning Qi sighed and put away the pill furnace and the 4 immortal slaying swords. His figure flashed, and he returned to the forbidden area of the artifact sect. In fact, this could no longer be called a forbidden area. The immortal flame was taken away by the old Supreme Elder Pill Furnace and the fire Qilin was suppressed. This space became useless. It's been more than a year. I wonder what the situation in the forbidden area is like. A few days ago, Immortal Lord Dragon Rider sent a message asking about fellow Daoist Ning's situation. Sigh, Luo Yin stood outside the forbidden area with some melancholy. The disciples of the artifact sect had accompanied Luo Yin outside for more than a year without saying a word. They also wanted to know the situation in the forbidden area as soon as possible. After all, this concerned the future of the entire artifact sect. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Whether fellow Daoist Ning is alive or dead, there has to be a result. If he's really dead, I'll go and apologize to Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and the others. Luo Yen gritted his teeth, moved, and entered the forbidden area again. As soon as he entered, he set up a restrictive spell to prevent himself from being engulfed by the flaming mountain. What's going on? Luo Yen looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. The space that was originally burning with endless flames now had no sparks at all. Instead, there was a trace of coolness. He hurriedly looked at the flaming mountain, and his expression suddenly became extremely shocked. There was not a single spark on the flaming mountain. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. Wasn't that Ning Qi, whom he thought was dead? Fellow Daoist Ning. What's going on? Why do you look like you're fine? Luo Yin appeared in front of Ning Qi in a flash, and said with some surprise. I don't know either. Ning Qi shook his head. He couldn't say that the fire in the flaming mountain had been absorbed by the pill furnace, could he? Even if he explained that the fire came from the pill furnace, Luo Yen probably wouldn't listen. Now that the forbidden area of the artifact sect was gone because of him, it would definitely have a huge impact on the artifact sect. When the flaming mountain moved, I was instantly burned and seriously injured. It took me a long time to recover, but when I woke up, I found the flaming mountain in this state. Ning Qi sighed. This, Luo Yen looked at the incomparably unfamiliar flaming mountain in front of him, completely speechless. Could it be that the forbidden area of the artifacts sect that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed in his hands? After he died, how would he face the ancestors of the artifact sect? Fellow Taoist Luo, although this matter has nothing to do with me, since I entered the forbidden area of the artifact sect, I have to show my gratitude. This is the 9 hell tempering art, the refining method of the ancient immortal clan. Take it, it should be enough to make up for the loss of the artifact sect this time. Ning Qi took out a jade slip and handed it to Luo Yen. Ning Qi had engraved this jade slip with his divine will in advance. It contained the cultivation methods of the 1st to 3rd levels of the 9 hell tempering art. Just these 3 levels alone had already surpassed the concept of refining the artifact sect by countless times. In the future, even without the addition of the Flaming Mountain, the artifact sect's strength in refining would still greatly increase. Greatly increase. How can I accept this? This time, not only did I not help fellow Taoist Ning, but I also almost harmed fellow Taoist Ning. Luo Yen looked at Ning Qi with some surprise, then smiled embarrassedly and reached out to take the jade slip. He was a little excited. Although he didn't know what had happened to the Flame Mountain this time, and it had become an ordinary mountain, with Ning Qi's artifact refining skills, he could make up for the losses of the divine artifact sect. Even if he died in the future, he would have the face to meet his ancestors. Anyway, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. You don't have to worry about it, fellow Luo. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. It's all thanks to Brother Ning's strong physique. Otherwise, I would have harmed Brother Ning this time. I wouldn't be able to explain myself to Zi Qing. Luo Yen sighed. He felt that the reason Ning Qi was able to survive was definitely because of his fleshly body. However, Luo Yen did not know how strong the flames of the blazing mountain were at that time. If not for the protection of the old Lord Pill Furnace, even if Ning Qi's body was 10 times stronger, he would still have been burned to ashes. Dao friend Luo, I plan to return to Azura planet first. What about you? Ning Qi laughed. I'll wait a little longer, Luo Yen said as he glanced at the Flame Mountain. He wanted to stay behind to see if the Flame Mountain would return to its original state, and at the same time, investigate the cause. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands. After speaking, his silhouette directly vanished from the spot. Dao friend Ning's methods are truly brilliant. Even I couldn't see how he left. Chapter 3101. Azura Sect. It had been several months since Ning Qi returned from the Divine Artifact Sect's forbidden area. In these few months, Ning Qi would occasionally go out to patrol. Slowly, not only him, but the other immortals also realized that something was amiss. Ever since Hanbei Demon Thearka's death, the number of demons at the border had decreased. Originally, some planets would encounter one or even several battles every day. But now, there might not be a single provocation from the demons in a month. Such a change had a very good publicity effect in the All Heavens Forum, making many low-level immortals think that the demons were about to be defeated again. The most direct effect was that more and more immortals came to the border of the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain because they felt that it was not as dangerous as before. Occasionally they could fight with the demons. Not only did it broaden their horizons, but it could also train themselves. Immortals above the grand heavenly immortal realm, however, did not have such a simple mindset, especially those from the mystic immortal to the primordial immortal realm. They had a nagging feeling that a storm was brewing, and that the temporary peace would be replaced by a sudden desolation. After all, it was less than a year away from the 3-year deadline. Azura Sect's highest peak, Qi Peak. Every morning, Ning Qi would appear here. His cultivation level had already reached the peak, and there was no way for him to improve further. Next, he had to wait for the deadline for the advancement mission. He slowly opened his eyes. Ning Qi used the truth listening spell to intercept a lot of information. There was no lack of information related to the Langya immortal domain and the heavenly Dao family, but most of it was useless. How can I use the fire Qilin to deal with the upcoming immortal fiend war? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. After returning from Flaming Mountain, he had experimented several times. The current state of the Elder Lord Pill Furnace was very strange. Ning Qi could open it, but he couldn't use it at all. Even if he wanted to refine pills, a handful of spiritual materials would be burned by the flames. Ning Qi suspected that throwing a supreme-grade Dao artifact in would also result in the same outcome. The Fire Qilin had already treated the Elder Lord Pill Furnace as her new home. Ning Qi would occasionally chat with her. Ning Qi had experimented. The Elder Lord Pill Furnace was in the dominant position when the Fire Qilin was suppressed. Even if he wanted to release the Fire Qilin, he didn't have the ability. It was like holding a nuclear bomb but having no way to use it. Maybe I can only wait for the Silver Dragon to wake up and ask it. The Fire Qilin is the spirit of the arcane realm. There must be a way to make a contract. With this thought in mind, Ning Qi turned around and walked down the mountain. There were many disciples who came to Qi Ri Peak in the morning to cultivate their spirit energy, and whenever Ning Qi passed by, these Shura sect disciples would cast him a look of admiration. They were already used to Ning Qi's presence at Qi Ri Peak. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Shura sect leader palace. Ning Qi, the dragon-riding immortal lord, and the others sat side by side. Several figures emerged from the dragon-riding immortal lord's heavenly talisman. They were the Sky River Immortal Lord, the Hanyang Immortal Lord, the Kunpeng Immortal Lord, the Violet-Green Immortal Lord, and the Luo Yen Immortal Lord. There's only 1 month left until the 3-year period that the Bloodpool Demon Monarch mentioned. Have you guys noticed any unusual movements from the demons recently? Dragon-riding Immortal Lord said. There were no unusual movements in the northern wilderness battlefield. I purposely went to the border of the demonic sky mystic realm and found that the demons on many planets had retreated, leaving only mindless demonic creatures. Hanyang Immortal Monarch said. The same goes for the Netherland battlefield. The Sky River Immortal Lord said. The same goes for the Azure Rainbow battlefield. There have been fewer demons recently. Kunpeng Immortal Lord said. The 3 of them were in the 3 most important battlefields among the 12 remaining battlefields in the ancient Heavenly Court Mystic Realm, excluding the Azura battlefield. The Violet-Green Immortal Lord and the Luo Yen Immortal Lord also reported the recent situation. The situation was the same. The demons were basically nowhere to be seen. If they did not enter the demonic sky mystic realm, it would even give the illusion that the demons had retreated from the demonic world. Looks like the death of the Hanbei Demon Monarch has indeed disrupted the demons' plans. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord smirked and looked at Ning Qi. Fellow Taoist Ning, you've saved countless living beings in the ancient Heavenly Court mystic realm. You've done a great deed. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord, you're too kind. The demons are just not making any moves for the time being. We'll have to prepare for a fierce battle when a new demon monarch descends. Ning Qi smiled. That's true, the immortal monarchs nodded with wry smiles. They might have the upper hand at the moment, but it was only temporary. The demons would make their move as soon as a new demon monarch descended. Everyone, 9 demon monarchs have descended from the demons. 5 early-stage demon monarchs, 2 mid-stage demon monarchs, 1 late-stage demon monarch, and 1 on par with the Hanbei demon monarch, a great perfection demon monarch. A figure suddenly walked into the hall. His words took everyone by surprise. You are. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord frowned and looked at the figure. The rest of the immortal monarchs looked at him too, but their eyes were filled with confusion, as if they did not know who the person was. Ning Qi smiled when he saw the person. He rose to his feet and went to greet him. The crowd let out a relieved sigh. Since Ning Qi knew him, he should be a friend instead of an enemy. Brother Ji, it's been a while. Where have you been? Ning Qi walked up to Ji Fei and brought his fists together. Brother Ji? The crowd was still confused. They could sense that Ji Fei's cultivation was not weaker than any of the immortal monarchs present, but they had never seen him before. Excluding the immortal monarchs of the Tiandao family, how many immortal monarchs were there in the immortal world? Everyone had lived for so long. They should have more or less known each other. Even if they did not, they should have seen each other once or twice. Ji Fei was the only one they had never seen before. Brother Ning, I went to the demon continent during this period. Ji Fei smiled. Ning Qi was slightly startled and looked at Ji Fei in surprise. The demon continent must be filled with demon qi. Ji Fei could actually go to such a place and not be demonized? Dragon riding immortal lord and the others were also shocked. Brother Ji, do you want to keep your identity a secret? Or should I introduce you? Ning Qi said with a solemn expression. Ji Fei wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Since he said that he went to the demon race's continent, then he really went to the demon race's continent. And the news he brought was probably true. There were 9 demon sovereigns. It seemed that the 3 years agreement was unavoidable. Let me do it. Ji Fei smiled, then brought his fists together and said to Dragon riding immortal lord and the others, I am Ji Fei, the sect master of the Yixian sect. I have known you for a long time. We finally meet today. Chapter 3102. The Yixian sect was extremely famous in the immortal world, even stronger than all the forces created by immortal monarch. For many years, the news that spread from the Yixian sect was proven to be true and effective. Countless low-level immortals and mid-level immortals had obtained opportunities because of these news, so in the middle and lower levels, Yixian sect was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. However, these middle and lower-level immortals did not know that in their eyes, the Yixian sect was mysterious. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the immortal world, the Yixian sect was also very mysterious. Dragon-riding immortal lord had once asked the Langya immortal emperor about the situation of the Yixian sect. In the end, even the Langya immortal emperor did not know where was Yixian sect located, and who was the sect master. Just based on this point, Yixian sect could be ranked as a 4th second only to Langya immortal emperor. Is he really Yixian sect's sect master? 3 Qi immortal lord and Lin Shui immortal lord looked at each other, still in disbelief. Han Yang immortal lord and the others also stared at Ji Fei. Are you really Yixian sect's sect master? Dragon riding immortal lord was a little suspicious, subconsciously looking at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. I can prove that Brother Ji is indeed Yixian sect's sect master. Quick, take a seat. Dragon riding immortal lord immediately invited Ji Fei enthusiastically. After Ji Fei sat down, all the immortal lords focused their attention on him. They were curious as to what method Ji Fei had used to be able to maintain his mysterious face for so many years. Even they, who were immortal lords, could not see him. However, curiosity was curiosity, and the main point today wasn't this. The news that Ji Fei brought earlier was truly too shocking. Taoist Ji, you just said that 9 demon emperors had descended from the Devil Sky immortal domain. Is that true? Dragon riding immortal lord asked solemnly. I saw it with my own eyes. Ji Fei smiled and nodded. 9 demon emperors. Everyone's expression turned a little ugly. There were only 9 immortal lords willing to guard the border, including Ning Qi. However, the other party had 9 demon emperors. The number of immortal lords would probably increase exponentially. If it's true, we can't fight this battle at all. Let's retreat. Han Yang immortal lord said solemnly, while the demon race hasn't made a move yet, take as many people as possible. Try to minimize the losses. A hint of hesitation flashed in everyone's eyes. If they retreated, at least half of the immortals and mortals in the ancient heavenly court immortal realm wouldn't be able to escape. In this way, they would either die or become mindless monsters. You can't leave. Where can we go? If the ancient heavenly court's immortal domain were to be given to the devil race like this, I'm afraid that our backbones will be broken by others. Dragon-riding immortal monarch shook his head and rejected Hanyang immortal monarch's suggestion. The immortal realm is only so big. If we flee without fighting, we won't be able to fight the next battle. Are we supposed to flee to the ghost realm? Even if we possess cultivations at the immortal monarch realm, we'll probably be unable to survive for long in the ghost domain. Immortals were also humans. Humans needed to eat to survive. If they didn't eat for a few days, they would become as thin as firewood. Although immortals didn't need to consume the food that mortals ate, immortal spirit chi was the most basic energy that their bodies needed. Not to mention immortal lords, even immortal emperors were no exception. Only then could it be different. The amount of immortal spirit chi in the ghost domain was extremely thin. If they were to stay here for a long period of time, they wouldn't be able to replenish their immortal spirit chi. This would affect their lifespan. We still have Dao Friend Ning. Even if the Devil Emperor came, we would still have the strength to fight. What does everyone think? Dragon-riding immortal monarch spoke in a low voice. I wonder what Dao Friend Ji plans to do? It's rumored that the mystic sect can calculate everything in the world. Is there a path of survival for us now? Immortal Monarch 3 Chi suddenly looked at Ji Fei as a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. That's right. Ji Fei was the sect leader of the mystic sect. It was rumored that his Tao of divination couldn't even be compared to an immortal emperor. Since he came here, he should have some suggestions. Everyone came to their senses and glanced at Ji Fei. As for Ji Fei, he was looking at Ning Qi. The path lies with Brother Ning. If not, I wouldn't have come to Azura Planet this time around. The path lies with Ning Qi? Could it be that Ning Qi would be able to stop the 9 Devil Emperors? Everyone sank into contemplation. Brother Ning's gourd can't be used frequently. After using it once, his body would weaken. How would he be able to stop the 9 Devil Emperors? Dao Friend Ji, please enlighten us. Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider spoke. As for the specifics, I have yet to calculate it. In my eyes, the entire immortal world is dark. There are only 3 places with a trace of light. The first is the Tiandao clan. Ji Fei smiled. The second is the ancestral planet. The third is Brother Ning. I can't go to the Tiandao clan, and I don't dare to go to the ancestral planet either. I'm afraid I might be killed by that old man. The hall fell silent. Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider and the others looked at Ning Qi. He stood up and said, Dao Friend Ning, this time around, the ancient heavenly court will have to depend on you. Ning Qi didn't reply. He looked at Ji Fei instead. Brother Ji, tell me honestly, compared to the Tiandao clan and the ancestral planet, which is brighter? The ancestral planet is first, the Tiandao clan is second, and you are third. Ji Fei said. The ancestral planet was first? Didn't that mean that in Ji Fei's eyes, the ancestral planet was stronger than the Tiandao clan? Everyone was somewhat shocked. As expected, it is the weakest. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Everyone, I will do my best. He wasn't afraid of facing any of the Emperor Realm existences, but if there were 2 of them at the same time, unless he could release the Fire Qilin, and the Fire Qilin had to listen to his orders to have a chance of winning, Ning Qi felt that even he would have to pack his things, call Dongfang Haojie and the others, and flee. Go to the ancestral planet to lie low for a while. The ancestral planet is actually first. If that's the case, the ancestral planet is our last resort. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of everyone's eyes. They had thought that the Tiandao clan was the safest, followed by the Langia immortal domain. But unexpectedly, the Langia immortal domain was not even comparable to Ningqi in Ji-Fei's eyes, while the ancestral planet became the safest place in the immortal world. Many of the immortal monarchs were already regretting it. If they had known, they would have cultivated on the ancestral planet. Many of the immortal monarchs here were born on the ancestral planet, but they left one after another after finding the immortal qi there too thin. Chapter 3103. The upper echelons of the War God Temple had all gathered at the mountain peak where Ningqi was. Even Duan Ingjun and the others had moved over. Ting Kong was very tactful. He ordered people to excavate many cave dwellings on this mountain peak and set up Shura Sek's unique spirit-gathering formation. He then gave full control of the mountain peak to Ningqi. Right now, Ningqi had arranged for all the disciples with lower cultivation bases to cultivate in the Void Immortal Hall. Their cultivation bases were too low. If the demons really attacked, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Those above the sky immortal realm were left in the Shura sect to prepare for war. We discovered another devil race scouting team led by a mystic devil. They are not far away from our Azura planet and a group of fellow Taoists are surrounded by them. Duan Ingjun suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, Li Macho, Hu Qing, Xueling, Little Yurzwa Ling and other high-ranking members of the War God Temple appeared in front of Duan Ingjun. Where? Lead the way. Li Macho said. There's no need for so many people to go. I think Princess Snow Spirit can just come with me. Duan Ingjun smiled sheepishly. A mere Xian demon didn't need so many Xian immortals. Moreover, Li Macho's battle strength was extremely terrifying. With Little Yuer and Zhua Ling joining hands, their methods were also very powerful. Wasn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Cut the crap. Lead the way. Li Macho said lightly. Be careful, Sister Macho will beat you up. Little Yuer smiled. Although Zwillinger did not open her mouth to mock him, she still covered her mouth and laughed. All right then. I happen to have a friend who is also trapped there. Let's all go together. Duan Ingjun smiled sheepishly. Everyone soared into the air and flew out of Azura planet. Coincidentally, there was a group of disciples from the Azura sect passing by. When they looked at Li Macho and the others, their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. Among this group of Azura sect disciples, there was a man and a woman. From the way they were dressed, they did not seem to be disciples of the Azura sect. The young man's gaze just happened to fall on Li Macho and the other women, and a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. When the woman noticed this, she immediately teased, Big brother, do you fancy that group of fairies? Cousin, don't talk nonsense. The expression of one of the Azura sect disciples immediately changed as he hurriedly shouted. The man and woman were slightly startled and looked at their cousin in surprise. Cousin, they're dressed the same as us. They don't look like disciples of the Azura sect. How are they able to move freely in the Azura sect? The young man said in surprise. Although they are not disciples of the Azura sect, their status in the Azura sect is much higher than ours. When you all see them in the future, you just need to respectfully greet them. The Azura sect disciple lamented. Could he be the disciple of the three immortal monarchs? The two of them finally realized what was going on. Their cousin shook his head and looked towards the mountain peak where Ningqi was. Do you know who lives on that mountain peak? I do not know. It's Senior Ning Beixian. Even the disciples of those three immortal monarchs don't have a higher status than that group of fellow Taoists just now. After all, Senior Ning is in existence who could kill the Hanbei Devil Emperor with a single move. In a few days, the 3-year deadline will be up. I will have to rely on Senior Ning. When their cousin spoke, his eyes were filled with respect and caution. What? Did Senior Ning really kill Hanbei Demon Emperor? The two of them looked at their cousin in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. "You still don't believe me?" "We saw it with our own eyes," another Azura sect disciple said calmly. Only then did the two of them finally believe it. They were incomparably shocked. "Cousin, I know that you've been looking for a Tao companion recently, but you need to polish your eyes. Senior Ning is the War God Temple's temple master. You should have heard of the War God Temple, right? These past few years, they have made great contributions at the border, and every one of them is worthy of our respect. You must not pester them, otherwise you will be in trouble." "Me. Cousin, I understand." The young man smiled bitterly. He could only suppress the impulse in his heart. After knowing the identity of Li Macho and the others, he did not dare to be rash. "Ha ha ha! Immortals, go to hell!" A mystic demon transformed into his true form, resembling a bull demon. His body was shrouded in dense demonic chi, and he wielded a gigantic hammer with both hands. Every swing of his hammer could kill tens of immortals. As for his subordinates, they only stood in the surroundings, not making a move. They surrounded the group of immortals in the center, revealing expressions of a cat toying with a mouse. At this moment, there were a total of several hundred immortals in the center. The strongest among them, that mystic immortal, had already died. The remaining ones were basically no match for this mystic demon, and could only flee. "I wonder how long will it take for Brother Duan and the rest to arrive?" A bitter smile appeared in Ji Shan's eyes. Behind him stood a group of disciples from the Ji clan. Some time ago, Ji Shan met them in the northern desolate battlefield. After he learned that they were planning to head to the Azura planet, Ji Shan decided to tag along. For the sake of safety, he specially found a group with a mystic immortal as their leader. He didn't expect that when they were about to reach Azura planet, they would encounter a group of devil scouts with a mystic demon at the grand perfection stage. That mystic demon was killed within 10 moves. If it wasn't for the fact that this mystic demon was a pervert and wanted to play with them slowly, they wouldn't have lasted until now. Boom! In an instant, tens of immortals died. Ji Shan protected the disciples of the Ji clan behind him, while dodging the attacks of that mystic demon with great difficulty. "Big sis, we're finished." Ji Wei's eyes were a little red. "Shut up. You can't cry. We, the disciples of the Ji clan, are not allowed to cry even if we die." Ji Yunfei roared in anger. They were the geniuses of the Ji clan's branch on planet Southern Mountain. They were once friends with Ning Qi. This time, it wasn't just Ji Wei. There were also Ji Fei, Ji Fengxian, and the other geniuses of the Ji clan who were willing to come to the Azura sect with Ji Yunfei. There were a total of over 30 people. After Ji Wei was berated by Ji Yunfei, he instantly let out an angry roar. When that mystic demon attacked them, he didn't retreat but charged forward instead. "Arg! I'm going to fight it out with you! Devil bastard!" Ji Wei, Ji Yunfei and the other disciples of the Ji clan cried out involuntarily. A hint of sorrow flashed in their eyes. Ji Wei was only an initial stage heavenly immortal. How could he be a match for a mystic demon at the grand perfection stage? If he charged forward like that, he would definitely die. What a pity. I didn't expect that the disciples of the Ji clan's branch would have such hot-bloodedness in their hearts despite their ordinary cultivation bases. As for the main bloodline, when Ji Shan saw this scene, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. "Ha ha ha! Go and die for this, daddy!" When that mystic demon saw this, a malevolent smile appeared on his face. Just when he was prepared to smash Ji Wei to death with his hammer, a yin-yang diagram suddenly descended from the sky, blocking Ji Wei's path. Chapter 3104. I'm not dead? Ji Wei stared blankly at the scene, then exclaimed in surprise, "Seniors are here to rescue us." Everyone watched as two exceptionally beautiful women floated over and stood in front of Ji Wei, looking at the mystic demon with a faint smile. Not Brother Duan? Looks like it's two seniors passing by. Ji Shan heaved a sigh of relief and transmitted his voice to everyone. Be careful in the next battle, don't get caught up in it. The immortals present all heaved a sigh of relief. From the two women's actions, they could tell that they were stronger than the mystical immortal leader from before. They should be able to rescue them from the hands of the demons today. Upon seeing this, the surrounding demons all turned toward the two women with a serious look in their eyes. Ha ha! I'm not late, am I? A voice that Ji Shan was extremely familiar with was heard. Duan Injun arrived through the air, followed by Limacho, her disciple, and Xueling, that's the demon slayer fairy. One of the immortals suddenly looked at Limacho and said excitedly, "The demon slayer fairy? So it's her. With her here, we'll definitely be saved today." Limacho had become extremely famous at the border during this period. Even the immortals from other battlefields basically knew who she was. Limacho's arrival made all the immortals truly heave a sigh of relief. Their faces revealed smiles of having survived a disaster. The demon slayer fairy. Ji Yunfei looked at Limacho excitedly, a trace of envy hidden in the depths of her eyes. She also hoped that one day, she could become such a famous existence. "Master, you're already very famous," Hu Qingzi said enviously. "Leave this mystical demon to little Yu and the others." Xueling smiled faintly. Limacho nodded. She had watched little Yu and Xueling grow up. Although they were not master and disciple, she had given them pointers in the past. Otherwise, she would have been the one who attacked just now. No one else had the qualifications to make Limacho hand over the mystical demon. "Brother Duan." A hint of a smile appeared in Ji Shan's eyes. He flew to Duan Ingjuan's side and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help, Brother Duan." "Brother Ji, you don't have to thank me. I don't have the ability to do so. You can thank those two ladies later. They are experts personally trained by our boss. Dealing with a mere mystic demon is nothing to them." Duan Injun smiled. Ji Shan's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the two women again, there was a huge change in his gaze. "Boss?" A strand of curiosity instantly arose in the hearts of Ji Yunfei and the others when they heard this. The strength that little Yu and Xueling revealed earlier wasn't something that an ordinary mysterious immortal could compare to. How strong was the existence that was able to teach two experts like this? He's probably a primordial immortal, right? Jia. That great perfection realm mysterious demon suddenly laughed strangely. He looked at the girls with a greedy look in his eyes. "What delicious meat! And so beautiful! I've decided to demonize all of you." Limacho's expression changed slightly. Snow Spirit's gaze shifted as well. Only little Yu and Xueling didn't seem to notice that something was wrong. Still so stubborn even at death's door. Little Yu sneered. "Ling let's join hands and send him on his way." "All right." Xueling smiled faintly. Just as the two girls were about to attack, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped all the immortals and demons present. That mystic demon and his subordinates bowed respectfully in one direction. "We pay our respects to Demon Emperor Lu Yun." "Demon Emperor Lu Yun? Let's go." Limacho's expression changed drastically. She immediately transmitted her voice to Snow Spirit and the others. She finally understood why that mystic demon was so calm. It turned out that there was a demon emperor waiting behind him. Calculating the time, it should be time for the 3-year agreement. Although the demon race had lost a demon emperor of Hanbei, a new demon emperor had descended. It seemed that the attack on the ancient Heavenly Court immortal domain was bound to succeed. Little Yu and the others reacted quickly. Since the other party was a demon emperor, staying here would only mean death. However, when they wanted to escape with the token of the Void Immortal Palace, they discovered that the token had lost its effect. Limacho's expression turned ugly. There was only one reason why the token had lost its effect. That demon emperor had used some kind of forbidden technique to cut off the token's function. More than a dozen figures descended from the sky and landed beside that mystic demon. The one in the middle looked similar to the immortal race. Even his temperament was similar. His handsome face carried a hint of demonic aura. The existences beside him all emitted the aura of a demon monarch. It's over. These guys are so strong. I'm afraid they really are demon emperors. We're dead for sure today. Many people's eyes were filled with despair. They didn't expect that a demon emperor would appear in such a small battle. Moreover, there were many experts beside him. They were probably all demon monarchs. Lucifer's morning light? Ji Shan's expression changed when he saw one of the demon monarchs. Even he had to stand behind. Needless to say, the one in the middle must be the immortal Emperor Lu Yun that the mystic demon mentioned. I thought it was a big fish. Turns out it's just a group of small shrimps. Who's going to get rid of them? Let's see if the real culprit who killed Hanbei Demon Emperor will show himself. Demon Emperor Lu Yun said lightly. Are they trying to lure Bei Xian out? Li Macho's eyes flickered when she heard that. She immediately knew what the demon race was doing. They wanted to fish from the beginning. Lord Lu Yun, let me do it. Lucifer's morning light took a step forward and said with a humble smile. The other demon monarchs didn't seem to want to compete with him. They stood on the spot with a faint smile. All right, you do it. Demon Emperor Lu Yun said lightly. Wait! A loud shout was heard. Everyone was shocked and looked at Duan Yingjun. You're a demon emperor. Why don't you follow the rules? Aren't you embarrassed to ambush us juniors? Duan Yingjun said righteously. Ambush? Haha. Don't you know about the 3-year promise? Demon Emperor Lu Yun laughed. The 3-year promise? Is this considered an all-out attack? Are you kidding me? If you want to attack the ancient heavenly court, you have to do it openly. Do you think it's an all-out attack with just a dozen of you? Duan Yingjun said angrily. With just a dozen of us, we will be able to destroy your ancient heavenly court. Why is there a need to increase the number of casualties? Demon Emperor Lu Yun laughed. Lucifer, Chen Guang and the others had strange looks in their eyes. This time around, it was indeed Immortal Emperor Lu Yun's suggestion. He only brought over 10 devil lords and wanted to attack the ancient heavenly court. If it wasn't for the Blood Pool Devil Lord trying his best to persuade him, Devil Emperor Lu Yun wouldn't care about how the Hanbei Devil Emperor died and directly attacked the Azura planet. He wouldn't set up an ambush here, wanting to see if the existence who killed Hanbei Demon Emperor would appear. So arrogant, are you not afraid of following in the footsteps of the Hanbei Demon Emperor? A calm voice rang out beside Duan Yingjun. Chapter 3105. That's Senior Ning Beixian? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in unison with a hint of surprise in their eyes. It is Big Brother Ning. Ji Yunfei and the others looked at Ning Qi ecstatically. Li Macho and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Ning Qi. Because they knew that Ning Qi possessed the ability to kill emperors. It's you. Ah. The moment Lucifer Morning Light saw Ning Qi, he immediately flew into a rage. A mighty demonic aura surged out of his body, as if he was going to directly kill Ning Qi. Wait! Devil Emperor Lu Yun waved his hand to block Lucifer's morning light. Lord Flowing Cloud, he killed my second brother. Lucifer's eyes were filled with rage. Let me kill him to avenge my second brother. I told you to wait. Demon Emperor Lu Yun frowned slightly. Only then did Lucifer and Dawn Light react, and he withdrew his hand resentfully. If he angered Demon Emperor Lu Yun, with the rumors of Demon Emperor Lu Yun in the Devil World, the other party would probably kill him directly. You will definitely die today. Lucifer Morning Light glared at Ning Qi with hatred. You are Ning Beixian? Rumor has it that the Hanbei Demon Emperor died in your hands. Devil Emperor Lu Yun looked at Ningqi faintly and said, Hanbei Demon Emperor died in his hands? Lucifer, Morning Light, and the other demon monarchs looked at Ningqi in shock, then at Demon Emperor Lu Yun. He didn't seem to be joking. Hanbei Demon Emperor is dead? And to die at the hands of this kid? How is this possible? The demon monarchs present did not quite believe it, and Lucifer Morning Light felt that it was even more unbelievable. If Hanyang Immortal Monarch had not stopped him, he would have already torn Ningqi to pieces. With his understanding of Ningqi's battle prowess, how could he have killed a Death Emperor? Exactly. Ningqi smiled. What a pity, I don't believe it. They said you have a gourd that might be an ancient primordial spiritual treasure, the immortal killing gourd. Why don't you take it out and take a look? Devil Emperor Lu Yun smiled. You're the only demon emperor here today, right? Ningqi smiled. One is enough. Devil Emperor Lu Yun smiled. Then let's go. The corners of Ningqi's mouth curled up. He cupped his hands and said, Baby, please turn around. The immortal slaying gourd flew out from his glabella, and white light surged within it. With a swoosh, a white light shot toward Demon Emperor Lu Yun. Demon Emperor Lu Yun let out a long laugh as a majestic demonic aura swept out from his body. He then threw a punch at the white light. From the start to the end, he did not believe that the Hanbei Demon Emperor was killed in a single move. As for what happened, he would only know after experiencing it himself. Puff! The white light sliced through Demon Emperor Lu Yun's fist, all the way to his shoulder and then his neck. Demon Emperor Lu Yun's movements froze in midair, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He looked down in disbelief, and then his head was separated from his body, along with half of his arm that had been sliced horizontally. Lord Lu Yun, Lucifer Chen Guang and the others stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. After they repeatedly confirmed that there was no longer any signs of life in Devil Emperor Lu Yun's body, they then turned to Ningqi in shock. When they saw Ningqi standing in the air and smiling at them, a chill rose in the hearts of the Devil Lords. To them, Devil Emperors were already invincible existences. Their bodies were extremely strong, and they could easily crush a Devil Lord with a single punch. But such an existence had actually been killed so easily. What kind of technique was this? Quickly leave. The Devil Lords didn't hesitate and turned to leave, including Lucifer Chen Guang, who hated Ningqi to the bone. Their figures disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Only that mystic demon didn't seem to have reacted. He stood there in a daze with his subordinates, shifting his gaze away from Devil Emperor Lu Yun's corpse with great difficulty as he looked at Ningqi. Seeing that the Devil Lords had left, Ningqi heaved a sigh of relief. His body swayed a little, a sign that he had exhausted too much energy. Duan Ingjun hurriedly went up to support Ningqi. You Ling kill that mystic demon. Let's return to Azura planet. Ningqi spoke. Yes, young master. The two ladies smiled and nodded. Chaotic yin-yang. Two streams of white qi and black qi fused together and revolved unceasingly, transforming into a gigantic taiji diagram that directly shot toward that mystic demon. No! That mystic demon howled in agony and was directly killed by the taiji diagram. How would his subordinates dare to stay on the spot? All of them fled in all directions. Limacho coldly snorted. With a wave of her hand, numerous translucent icy needles directly pierced into the heads of those devils, not leaving a single one alive. All of them died on the spot. A huge crisis was resolved just like that. Ningqi kept Devil Emperor Lu Yun's corpse. Little Yu and Zuoling personally went up to support Ningqi as they brought everyone back to Azura planet. Azura sect. Ningqi immediately headed to his cave for closed-door seclusion. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to recover his stamina and also stay here for a few more months, allowing the immortal slaying gourd to recover its cooldown. Azura Sect Leader Hall. 3 immortal monarchs sat in the main hall. Duan Injun, Ji Shan, and the others stood below, narrating the details of their encounter with Devil Emperor Lu Yun. Ji Yun Fei and the others were incomparably agitated. They didn't expect that they would be able to meet 3 legendary immortal monarchs the moment they arrived on Azura planet. One must know that when they were in the Southern Mountains sect, let alone immortal monarchs, even grand immortals and mystic immortals were extremely rare. You said that Devil Emperor Lu Yun personally admitted that he planned to bring over 10 devil monarchs to attack the ancient heavenly court? Rainwater Immortal Lord had a heavy expression as he looked at Duan Injun. Rainwater Immortal Lord, it's absolutely true. They have heard it as well. Hence, there's no need for us to be too nervous now. Devil Emperor Lu Yun has already been killed by our boss, and the 10 devil monarchs have all fled like stray dogs. This means that we have already obtained complete victory in this battle. The devil race has been ruthlessly smacked in the face. Duan Injun laughed. Ah, excellent. Rainwater Immortal Lord slammed the table in agitation. 2 devil emperors have died consecutively. The devil race won't be doing anything for a short period of time. That's right. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord smiled and nodded. However, he glanced at everyone. The details of this battle must not be leaked out. Duan Ingjun was still planning to brag about it. This was a ready-made capital for him to act cool. If the devil race knows that Dao Friend Ning has to recuperate for several months after killing a devil emperor, they would only need to send over 2 devil emperors. Our ancient heavenly court will definitely fall. Immortal Lord 3 Chi smiled and spoke. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled as they nodded. We will absolutely not leak out this information. You guys can retreat. As for the place to stay, I will get the Azura sect to arrange it. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord smiled. There's no need for that. Just stay at our War God Hall. There are more caves on the mountain. Duan Injun smiled. Ji Yun Fei and the others felt joy in their hearts. Chapter 3106. Devil Sky Immortal Realm. The throne that originally belonged to Hanbei Demon Monarch was now occupied by a demon monarch whose cultivation was on par with him. This demon monarch was named Yen Senator. His muscles were bulging like they were carved out of marble. Just by sitting there, the other demon monarchs and demon monarchs in the hall felt a heavy pressure. Lucifer Dawn and the other demon monarchs had just returned from the border. They stood before Yen Sen with their heads lowered and their bodies trembling. The Bloodpool demon monarch stood in a corner with a solemn look in his eyes. Back in the demonic continent, demon monarch Lu Yun was the strongest in his territory. Therefore, when demon monarch Lu Yun arrived in the Devil Sky Immortal Realm, the Bloodpool demon monarch had already reported the situation of Hanbei demon monarch's death. He hoped that demon monarch Lu Yun could join forces with the other demon monarchs to suppress the ancient heavenly court. Unfortunately, demon monarch Lu Yun did not listen to his suggestion. Instead, he brought a dozen demon monarchs and headed to the ancient heavenly court without the other demon monarchs knowing. In the end, he followed in Hanbei demon monarch's footstep. Tell me what happened in detail. Demon monarch Yensen said slowly. Lucifer Dawn suppressed the fear in his heart and told the story in detail. The demon monarchs and demon monarchs' expressions became unusually solemn. The immortal slaying gourd. It's definitely the immortal slaying gourd. Chiyumo murmured to himself subconsciously. Before this, everyone was still doubtful that Hanbei demon monarch had died in the hands of the immortal slaying gourd. After all, apart from the disciples of Ashura sect, no one else from the demon clan had witnessed the scene. But now, demon monarch Lu Yun was dead, and the dozen demon monarchs were eyewitnesses. Hanbei demon monarch and demon monarch Lu Yun had both died in the hands of the immortal slaying gourd. I didn't expect there to be remnants of connate spiritual treasures in the immortal realm. According to the ancient records, the connate spiritual treasures and our race's sacred weapons were either destroyed or missing. Even that Tiandao clan didn't have any connate spiritual treasures. Where did that Tai true immortal get his hands on the immortal slaying gourd? The immortal slaying gourd. A grim look flashed across Iwamori's eyes. Demon Emperor Flowing Cloud was only at the early stage of the Demon Overlord, so it didn't matter if he died. However, what he was afraid of was that Hanbei Demon Emperor was at the great perfection of the Demon Overlord, and he was also a disciple of the Sky Demon Lord, whose strength was on par with him. The other party could even kill Hanbei Demon Emperor with one move. If it were him, he would definitely die. Sir Yensen, I've heard that he's the successor of the ancient Immortal Clan. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch suddenly said. Ancient Immortal Clan? Back then, they were even more miserable than us. I thought they were already extinct. I didn't expect that they still had descendants. Yensen looked at the Bloodpool Demon Lord and waved his hand. Come forward and speak. Yes. Bloodpool Demon Monarch quickly walked in front of Yensen and bowed respectfully. Lord Yensen, ever since Hanbei Demon Monarch died, I personally went to the border and captured a few immortals to interrogate them. They said that this child is the descendant of an ancient immortal clan, and not long before Heaven-destroying Demon Lord opened the passage, there was a battle in the domain, and in that battle, a third-step ancient immortal appeared. There's such a thing, third-step ancient immortal. Yensen's expression became more and more solemn. However, ever since we demons descended, the Tiandao family has been in seclusion. There's no movement in the Langya immortal domain either. There's no news of the third-step ancient immortal that appeared before. He didn't show up even once. I suspect that the Tiandao family is planning to use the same trick again. Both sides suffered, and they reaped the benefits from behind. However, the ancient immortal clan doesn't seem to have fallen into their trap this time. Only that primordial immortal is guarding the border with a primordial spirit treasure. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch analyzed. I think that the immortal world isn't united, but we don't have the means to deal with the primordial spirit treasure in the short term. We can only wait for the ancient immortal ancestor to arrive. Before that, we just need to defend the demonic sky immortal domain. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch's words made sense. Everyone couldn't help but nod and look at Yen's senator. No matter what, Yensen would be the one to decide what to do next. You're right. My clan has been cultivating for so many years. Whether it's the ancient immortal clan's third step, Almighty, or the Tiandao family, we're not afraid of them. However, the Sky Demon Lord is still a distance away from that step. He won't be able to descend to the immortal world in a short period of time. After all, there's a fourth step Almighty behind the Tiandao family. His name seems to be Jiang Tianshu. Yensen nodded slowly. Big brother Yensen, if that's the case, are we going to keep waiting? We all know how difficult that step is. How long do we have to wait? A late-stage demon monarch sat on Yensen's left. He was the strongest demon monarch in the hall. Apart from Yen's senator, the rest were 2 mid-stage demon monarchs and 4 early-stage demon monarchs. 10 years. In 10 years at most, the seal on the passage will be partially broken again. At that time, the ancient immortal ancestor will descend, and even a demon lord will come. Yensen smiled. Demon lord? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the demon monarchs. In the demon world, there were 5 other demon lords besides the Sky Demon Lord. Only those who reached the third step could be called demon lords. At this stage, they were very elusive. The demon monarchs present had only heard of their names but had never seen any of them. Even Emperor Realm existences would find it extremely difficult to be summoned by these demon lords. It could be said that the entire demon world was ruled by the 6 demon lords led by the Sky Demon Lord. However, I feel that a mere grand unity immortal can't use a connate numinous treasure limitlessly. Otherwise, why don't they enter the demon sky mystic realm and kill us? The corners of Yen Sen's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Big brother, you mean that grand unity immortal can use the immortal slaying gourd with great restrictions? The late-stage demon monarch's eyes lit up. That's right. Yen Sen nodded. If that's the case, we can go and test it out. As soon as he said that, the hall instantly became very silent. Test? Who would go? None of the demon monarchs would risk their lives knowing that they would die. Who would be willing to die before the great cause of the demon race was accomplished? As far as I know, there are only a few immortal monarchs guarding the ancient heavenly court mystic realm. Let's send the demon monarchs there. If that grand unity immortal wants to kill the demon monarchs, he must also use the immortal slaying gourd. Then, it will be clear at a glance whether he can use it a second or a third time. If my guess is correct, we will directly attack the ancient heavenly court mystic realm and avenge the two demon monarchs. We will let the celestial clan know that we, the demon race, will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Chapter 3107. We can't go any deeper. While the demons have become more obedient recently, we might run into mystical demons if we go any deeper. We're no match for them. A party made up of Grand Luo had appeared on a planet that had been completely demonized. They had cleared out the entire region and obtained a considerable amount of resources. Some suggested venturing deeper into the Devil Sky mystic realm in search of planets with more resources, but there were others who did not agree to it. Didn't you hear that even the Hanbei demon emperor died by Senior Ning's hands? What are you afraid of? The 3-year period is long over. Did you see any movement from the demons? I think they're afraid. One of the Grand Luo snorted. There's indeed no movement, but no buts. Let's go. There's a planet not far from here that used to be a Class 6 planet. There must be a lot of resources there. Let's go take a look. Alright, but we can't go any deeper once we're there. The others nodded in agreement. But just as they were about to move, they suddenly saw a dark mass in the distant starry sky, as if a dark cloud was rolling towards them. But why would there be dark clouds in the sky? The group quickly held their breaths and laid down a concealment formation before looking carefully at the sky. The dark cloud drew closer and soon passed by the side of the planet. Finally, the Grand Luo present could clearly see what it was. The dark cloud was composed entirely of innumerable demons. Even the demons at the edge of the cloud were emanating an aura comparable to a Grand Luo, not to mention existences like the mystical demons and Tai True demons. Even the dozens of demons in the lead had extraordinary auras, and even from a distance away, they were able to see the Grand Luo felt a little suffocated. The group did not even dare to breathe and held their breath. It was only after the time it took to brew a pot of tea had passed, and the demons had completely vanished from their sight, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's terrifying. There must have been more than 1,000,000 demons just now, right? One of the Grand Luo gulped and said with a fearful expression. The other Grand Luo did not say anything, as if they were still reminiscing the suffocating feeling. I've never seen an army of 1,000,000 devils before. Ever since the devils took over the Devil Heaven immortal domain, the largest battle that happened was only a chaotic battle between a few thousand devils and a few thousand immortals. This time, I'm afraid that the Devil Monarch is leading the Devil Army. That's right. Only the Devil Lord would be able to gather 1,000,000 devils and create such a huge commotion. It's over. The agreement of 3 years has only been postponed but not cancelled. The direction they are heading in seems to be the Azura planet. If the Azura planet can't be defended and is breached, the entire ancient heavenly court will fall. At this point, The zenith heavenly immortal could no longer continue as his eyes were filled with fear. They were now in the Devil's Sky immortal domain, and the ancient heavenly court immortal domain was right next to them. If the ancient heavenly court immortal domain fell into the enemy's hands, it would be equivalent to them entering the enemy's territory. At that time, their fates would probably be extremely miserable. It's too late. Given our speed, even if we go back now, the battle will already be over. We can only try to take a detour and see if we can escape to the heavenly ancient immortal realm. Why don't we go to the ghost realm? Our cultivation bases aren't high, but the spiritual energy in the ghost realm is enough to keep us alive. Wait. Let's inform Azura planet first. One of the Grand Luo immediately took out the heavenly talisman and opened the heavenly forum, posting a post. To make the post more eye-catching, he spent 500 heavenly coins to make it bold and red. At the border of the Devil Heaven immortal realms, several months of journey away from the Azura planet, a 1,000,000-strong devil army has appeared. The devil race is going to launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court. Azura battlefield, please make your preparations. The All Heavens Forum was in an uproar the moment this post appeared. Countless immortals in the immortal domains were paying attention to the situation in the ancient heavenly court. After all, if the ancient heavenly court fell, it would be their turn to face the demon race. No matter how close they were to the Langya immortal domain, sooner or later, they would have to face the demon race. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have evidence, don't randomly report military intelligence. Now that the Hanbei Devil Emperor has died, how would the devil race dare to invade the ancient heavenly court? In my opinion, the ancient heavenly court's immortal region will be safe for the next 100 years. The previous poster is wrong. We can't even confirm whether the Hanbei Devil Emperor is dead or not. There is no evidence to prove it. The demon race might really invade the ancient heavenly court. Are there any cultivators from Azura planet in the thread? Quickly inform the 3 great immortal monarchs of this news, and ask them to prepare themselves. It's better to believe it than not. I suggest that regardless of which immortal domain you're from, all of you should head to the ancient heavenly court immortal domain to fight against the devil race. You should know that when the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. Shura sect. Because of that post, the hearts of the people in the Azura sect were filled with trepidation. Not only so, many immortals in the outside world had already left Azura planet. They were all frightened by the devil army of 1,000,000. Usually, even small skirmishes would cause countless immortals and mortals to die. What sort of concept was a 1,000,000-strong devil army? This is enough to be arrogant. He swept through the entire Azura battlefield. In addition, it was highly possible that the other party didn't have the intention to attack the other star regions in the Azura battlefield. They only wanted to come to Azura planet. The 3 immortal lords soared into the sky and arrived at Ning Chi's cave abode. Has fellow Taoist Ning left seclusion? Dragon-riding immortal lord asked solemnly when he saw Duan Ingjun and the others standing at the entrance of the cave. Boss hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Have you 3 immortal monarchs seen that post? The fiend race army will probably arrive within the next few days. A hint of anxiousness flashed in the depths of Duan Ingjun's eyes. At this moment, almost all the upper echelons of the War God Hall were at the entrance of Ning Chi's cave abode. A great battle was about to erupt. They naturally had to fight alongside Ning Chi. Only by doing so would they have a chance of survival. Immortal monarchs, things are bad. Ting Kong, who had recovered from his injuries, brought the upper echelons of the Azura sect over. The countenances of old ancestor Disloyal Heart and the other grand immortals were extremely ugly to behold. We already know about the matter. Regardless of whether it's true or false, just treat it as if it's true. Go and make arrangements for the other sect leaders to start preparing for war. Maybe a few days later, the fiend race army will appear. Whether we live or die will depend on this battle. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord spoke. Ting Kong glanced worriedly at Ning Chi's cave abode. He then nodded and brought the Grand Immortals under him out of the Azura sect to contact the other Grand Immortals on Azura planet. Fellow Taoist Ning killed Devil Emperor Lu Yun several months ago. He should have recovered by now. Rainwater Immortal Lord glanced at the cave abode as he spoke. Rainwater Immortal Lord, young master told us that he would be in seclusion for 100 days. There are still about 3 days left. Little Yu bowed. Chapter 3108. They will arrive in 2 days. But we are lucky there are no Devil Emperors this time around. A faint blue energy gate suddenly appeared behind the 3 immortal monarchs. Ji Fei walked out from it. Dao friend Ji. The 3 of them clasped their hands and bowed. Li Macho and the others bowed as well. They knew that Ji Fei had a good relationship with Ning Chi. At the same time, Ji Fei was the sect leader of the Mystic sect and had unfathomable strength. He could even head to the Devil continent and return safely. After that, Dragon-riding Immortal asked with a heavy expression, Dao friend Ji, they will arrive on Azura planet in 2 days? Ji Fei nodded. That's right. The expressions of everyone turned heavy. The Devil army would arrive in 2 days, but Ning Chi would only exit seclusion after 3 days. In that case, given Azura planet's current strength, would they be able to resist the Devil army for a day? Dao friend Ji, I wonder how many Devil monarchs the Devil race sent this time around. Maybe if we join forces, it won't be too difficult to delay for a day. Rainwater Immortal Lord clasped his hands. All the Devil monarchs of the Devil Sky Immortal region are here. Ji Fei sighed. All of them? Wouldn't that mean over 40 of them? The upper echelons of the War God Hall exchanged mutual glances. They knew that this would be the most important battle since the invasion of the Devil race. But it's still fine. Ji Fei's lips curled up. Do you guys know why the Devil race still attacked the ancient Heavenly Court after Devil Emperor Lu Yun died? I wonder if Brother Ji Fei has any brilliant ideas? Dragon-riding Immortal Lord clasped his hands. Everyone felt very strange as well. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Devil race to make a move so quickly. Devil Emperors weren't ordinary small fries. The death of one was a huge loss to the Devil race. Without any certainty, why would they attack so quickly? Also, they sent Devil monarchs instead of Devil Emperors. Very simple, they are probing. This is also the reason why there are no Devil Emperors in this million-strong army. They want to know how many times Brother Ning can execute that move of his. But Emperor Realm existences wouldn't risk their lives for this. Hence, they sent their entire army to the Azura planet, wanting to probe Qin Wentian. They know about Brother Ning's background, because they know that the effect of sending out over 40 Devil Lords is the same as sending out a single Devil Emperor. Given the strength of our Azura planet, there's basically no way for us to block them unless Brother Ning acts. Ji Fei said. Then it will be difficult. Whether it is fellow Taoist Ning slaying an emperor or slaying a demon sovereign, I'm afraid he can only use it once in a short period of time. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord frowned deeply. Immortal Lord 3 Chi smiled bitterly and said, If the demons find out about this, so what if we kill a demon lord? I'm afraid the remaining demon lords will tear us apart and swallow us whole. There's no need to be afraid. As long as we can delay for a day and wait for Brother Ning to exit, the Azura planet would have a 90% chance of winning this battle. Ji Fei smiled. 90% chance? Everyone was slightly startled. In their opinion, even if Ning Chi appeared, he would still die. After all, Ning Chi's move was extremely powerful against a single target, but in a group battle, it was rather useless. After using it, he would even lose his combat strength for a short period of time, so how could he deal with the other demon lords? Immortal monarchs, don't worry. Our young master is very strong. He has never failed before. Little Yue and Zuoling smiled. They were filled with confidence in Ning Qi. This sentence instantly caused the gloomy expressions on the faces of the upper echelons of the War God Hall to be swept away. That was right. How could they lose confidence in Ning Qi? Wasn't it because of Ning Qi that they were able to stand here and participate in the war between the immortal race and the devil race? If not, no matter how intense the battle between the immortal race and the devil race was, they would still be living in the central continent, completely unaware of it. Even if the shock waves reached the central continent, they might end up like those mortals, not even knowing how they died, let alone participating in this battle. The three of them glanced at the two ladies, and then at Ji Fei before smiling. Good. In that case, even if we risk our lives, we will help fellow Taoist Ning delay for a day. No matter what, Ji Fei was the sect leader of the mystic sect. His words were naturally trustworthy. As for the confidence the two ladies had in Ning Qi, to the three of them, it seemed insignificant. Actually, we can still call for reinforcements from the other immortal monarch. Duan Yingjun smiled. We can't. If we fall for the devil race's plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain, the rest of the battlefield will be in a state where we won't be able to retaliate. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want the Hanyang Immortal Lord and the others to come over, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Time passed very quickly. 2 days later, with Ting Kong and the other Grand Immortals of the Azura sect in the lead, the other Grand Immortals on Azura planet, as long as they didn't flee, would bring the elders and disciples of their sects to the Azura sect. Everyone sat cross-legged in a great hall, quietly waiting for the arrival of the storm. As for their disciples, they were all accumulating their strength, preparing for battle at any moment. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Everyone knew that after today, they might very well die a silent death. But those who were willing to stay had already disregarded their own lives. Originally, there were many grand immortals on Azura planet, over 100 of them. But during these few days, many of them had disappeared. Right now, there were only over 50 grand immortals in the Great Hall. The number of grand immortals was only 10 or so more than the number of grand immortals on the side of the devil race. From this, one could very well imagine how terrifying the disparity in strength was. The Azura sect claimed to have 6 million disciples, but right now, only over 2 million of them were on Azura planet. The remaining disciples were scattered across the various battlefields, and a majority of them had already fled to other immortal realms. In addition to the disciples of the various major sects, the Azura sect had a total of 8 million immortals who could participate in the battle. If they were to compare numbers, the devil race's army of 1 million would be much greater. Different from the immortals, the mortals on Azura planet were still living the same lives as yesterday. They had no idea that a calamity was about to descend. In fact, these mortals basically didn't know that outside Azura planet, there were many other planets and immortal realms. Between countries, the battles that should happen would still happen. The myriad phenomena of the world were constantly being displayed in every corner of Azura planet. A dark cloud silently flew over. The commotion wasn't too great. But this dark cloud had the Azura sacred city in the center, enveloping everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. No light could shine through. They are here. The three immortal lords exchanged mutual glances and took the lead to soar up into the air. Following them were Ting Kong and the other grand immortals, the upper echelons of the War God Hall, and then the millions of immortals from the various sects and unaffiliated cultivators. From the looks of it, the immortals seemed to have the upper hand. "Where is Dao Frenji?" the Rainwater Immortal Lord suddenly asked. When the dragon-riding Immortal Lord and the 3 Qi Immortal Lord heard this, they swept out with their divine senses but didn't discover Ji Fei's figure. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 3109. Hurry up, this battle, no matter who wins or loses, we have to let fellow cultivators from all over the world see it. We have a heavy responsibility, and we have to film it from all angles. I'm Brother Dog, and I'm honored to be chosen as the leader of the live broadcast team. My live broadcast room is already open. Brother Dog was clad in the robes of the Azura sect and had a heavenly talisman in his hand. He had a heavy expression on his face as he recorded the scene above the dark clouds. This time around, he came to Azura Planet because he was quite famous in the live streaming channel and was chosen by Ting Kong. Ting Kong took him in as a disciple and took him in as an elder of the Azura sect. At the same time, he also created a live streaming group. The main reason was that Ting Kong felt that the great war between immortals and devils back then didn't have any effect. This time around, he had to let everyone see how brutal the devil race was. Even if the Azura planet was annihilated in this war, he would still be able to incite the rage of immortals from all worlds. Let them know a truth. When the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. If they watched from the sidelines now, they would suffer the same fate in the future. Streaming Room 2 is ready. One of the Zenith sect's Grand Luo lifted the heavenly talisman with a rather nervous expression. He did not know how long he could continue recording, and every breath of fresh air was precious. If Shura Planet were to be defeated later, he would die as well. That being said, being selected to be part of the livestream team was more than enough. At the very least, there would be people who would remember his name, and he would not die a nameless death. Streaming Room 3 is ready. Streaming Room 4 is ready. Broadcasting Room 19 is ready. Streaming Room 100 ready. 100 of them. In the All Heavens broadcasting platform, the other major live broadcasters were all pushed to the second page. The 100 live broadcasting rooms on the main page were all broadcasting the scenes of the Azura planet. Brother Dog, you are amazing. I didn't expect that you would dare to use your life to livestream. I didn't make a mistake in supporting you all these years. Just you wait, I'm rushing to the Azura planet. Although my cultivation base is low, I want to shine brightly before I die. Brother Go, I don't have time to go there. I'll give you some presents. If you die, I'll burn some paper money for you. In the past, I was an anti-fan and initially thought that Brother Dog only relied on luck for him to become a great streamer. I didn't expect that at such a time, Brother Dog actually dared to stay on Azura Planet and die together with them. I'm convinced. In Guzzi's live streaming room, the number of viewers had reached its peak. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. When the other hosts saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel incomparably jealous. Although the All-Heaven Talisman had become much more common in recent years, it was still very terrifying to be able to gather 1 billion viewers in a single live broadcast room. Normally, it would be a few million or 10 million viewers at most. Today, Brother Dog broke a record on the All Heavens live streaming platform. After praising Brother Go, the bullet screen in the live streaming room suddenly changed. Everyone's attention was focused on the Black Demon army of 1 million soldiers. There must be at least 1 million devils. Our side isn't weak either. We seem to have more people than the demons. The 3 leaders are Dragon Riding Immortal Master, 3 Chi Immortal Master, and Rainwater Immortal Master? For this battle, the Azura planet still has some chances of winning. I hope they don't lose. If they lose, the ancient heavenly court can be considered to have fallen, above the dark clouds. The demon lords were led by the Blood Pool Demon Lord. Of course, there were a few who were not weaker than the Blood Pool Demon Lord, but they were standing slightly behind. Who wants to go and test it out first? The Blood Pool Demon Monarch said indifferently. No Devil Monarch replied. On the other hand, many Tai True Devils were eager. They didn't know that the Hanbei Devil Emperor and Lu Yun Devil Emperor had died in Ning Qi's hands. Strange, what are the devils doing? They are not making a sound even though they are here. Are they planning to keep standing there? Among the millions of immortals, Yunfei and the others stood at the back. This was because their cultivation bases were low. Right now, those with stronger cultivation bases were all standing at the front. Ji-Wei seemed to have sensed something strange and couldn't help but speak. Maybe they are discussing how to arrange their troops. It's rumored that the devils are all very stupid and only do things based on their impulsiveness. Ji-Fei laughed. You guys keep quiet. Ji-Yunfei sighed as a heavy look flashed in her eyes. The devils were very stupid? Maybe the brains of low-level devils weren't that good. However, how stupid could the devils at the Devil Lord level be? Since the other party didn't attack for a long time, they were most probably preparing for a powerful move. Silence. Both sides basically didn't make any sound. If this continued, Dragon Riding Immortal Master and the other two would definitely be very willing. After all, their plan this time around was to delay for time. Sadly, Dawn Light Devil Monarch, go and test them out. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch calmly spoke. What? Why should I go? Lucifer Dawn Light's expression immediately changed as he glared at the Bloodpool Demon Monarch. What a joke. He had personally witnessed the terror of Ning Qi's gourd. Even Devil Emperor Lu Yun was instantly killed. Even if he forced out that move, he would still die. Although this would be of great help to the devils as a whole and would at least be able to test Ning Qi's strength, why should he sacrifice himself? Before coming, Lord Yen Sun already said that I will have full command. If you don't listen, according to the military rules, you will be executed. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch calmly said. Everyone immediately looked at Lucifer Dawn Light with pitiful gazes. However, you won't be able to test them out alone. The other party has 3 immortal monarchs. How about this, 5 of you go? The Bloodpool Demon Monarch pointed at 4 Demon Monarchs. The 4 Demon Monarchs' expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. Lucifer Dawn Light, on the other hand, was elated. At the very least, he wouldn't be sending himself to death. 5 Demon Monarchs, including Lucifer Dawn Light, walked out from the million-strong army. They flew to the center of both sides and stood in the air. Boundless devil chi gushed forth from the 5 of them, causing the millions of immortals on Azura planet to feel a terrifying pressure. You guys, come at me together. Among the 5, one of them had a cultivation base similar to the Bloodpool Demon Monarch. He calmly stared at the dragon-riding Immortal Lord and the other 2. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that a small Azura planet would be worthy for all of you to muster such a large force. Over 40 demon monarchs, are all of you here? Immortal Lord 3 Chi sat on the gourd and laughed loudly. Next, we will be clashing with weapons. I wonder if all the demon monarchs here can report your names? Immortal Lord Water calmly spoke. Over 40 demon monarchs? How can this be? Immortal Lord 3 Chi wouldn't possibly speak nonsense. It's over. This time, Azura planet is finished. Why don't I see Senior Ning? I've already said it. He must be a spy and has long fled. Brother Dog saw these comments and immediately replied, Senior Ning is currently in closed-door seclusion and will only exit after a day. Don't speak nonsense. Closed-door seclusion? What a coincidence. Chapter 31:10. When everyone heard Lucifer Morning Light's words, rage appeared on their faces. This Devil Lord was simply too arrogant. Someone in the live stream room recognized his identity. Isn't he the one who brought another Devil Lord to the northern wilderness planet and fled in panic? The Hanyang Immortal Lord didn't kill him, yet he is so arrogant today. AI, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Didn't you see the tens of Devil Lords behind him? If these Devil Lords act together, Azura planet would most probably be destroyed instantly. You are Lucifer Morning Light. Back then, you brought your younger brother to the northern wilderness planet and caused his death. Now, you have to drag out an ignoble existence, right? Dragon Riding Immortal suddenly laughed. Lucifer Morning Light's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Having this scar exposed in front of him caused him to feel extremely embarrassed and angry. Stop talking nonsense. Your Azura planet only has 3 immortal lords. Attack together. Lucifer Morning Light raged. Don't be angered by him. Taoist G is right. This group of devils didn't attack together. Clearly, they are wary of Taoist Ning. Delay for as long as you can. Dragon Riding Immortal transmitted his voice. Rainwater Immortal Lord and 3 Chi Immortal Lord knew what was going on. Why don't you guys attack together? I want to see how terrifying the combined might of tens of devil lords would be. Rainwater Immortal Lord's lips curled up into a smile that was not a smile. When the Blood Pool Devil Lord heard this, a heavy look flashed in his eyes. He transmitted his voice. This person wants us to attack together. Most probably, the one who killed the Hanbei Devil Emperor and Lu Yun Devil Emperor is hiding in a corner. Don't be fooled. All the Devil Lords nodded. Ah, seems like you guys are afraid. Rainwater Immortal Lord laughed. Fellow Taoists, have you all seen it? This group of devils is afraid. They are afraid of us. The millions of immortals behind him were stunned. After that, they burst into laughter. Imperceptibly, the morale of the Azura planet rose by a lot. The low-level devils on the dark clouds had unsightly expressions. When they saw that they were being mocked by the immortals, they wanted nothing more than to attack. But without the Blood Pool Devil Lord's command, they didn't dare to do anything. Hence, their gazes landed on the Blood Pool Devil Lord as anxiety appeared on their faces. The calmer Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider and the other 2 were, the more Lucifer and Daybreak Light and the other 4 felt that this was an ambush. They did not want to sacrifice themselves to test the other party's strength, resulting in a stalemate. Gradually, the immortals from all realms saw this scene through the livestream. They felt that something was wrong. There were dozens of demon lords on the demonic race's side, but none of them made a move. It was as if they were afraid of something. I know they are afraid of Senior Ning. That's right. It seems that the rumors from before are true. Hanbei Demon Emperor really died in Senior Ning's hands. If that's the case, then Senior Ning is not a spy at all. Brother Go said that Senior Ning still needs 1 more day to come out of seclusion. I hope the 3 Celestial Dukes can stall the million-strong devil army. Maybe when Senior Ning comes out of seclusion, the situation will be very different. Devil Sky Immortal Domain. Yen Sun and the other demon emperors were observing the battle through another method. When they saw that Lucifer and the other demon monarchs were so scared that they didn't dare to make a move, their expressions turned ugly. Humph, this group of juniors is far inferior to our generation. The later stage of the demon overlord sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. They can't be blamed. Yen Sun smiled. No one wants to die so easily. There must be an ambush on the side of the celestial race. Let's wait a while more. If they still can't fight, help me to send a message. That late-stage demon overlord was slightly startled. After that, he nodded. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Both sides just stood there in the air, staring at each other. However, it was very lively on the side of the celestial race. Under Duan Ingjuan's lead, the cultivators of the War God Hall started to shoot their mouths off. After that, the other cultivators also tried to mock the celestial race. They discovered that the celestial race was still indifferent and didn't seem to intend to make a move. The low-level celestial race cultivators were infuriated. Unknowingly, a day had passed. Hu Dao Frenning should be coming out of seclusion soon. Dragon Riding Immortal heaved a sigh of relief. Lords, could it be that we are going to be mocked by the celestial race like this? Lords, please give the order for us to personally bathe Azura planet in blood. Finally, a Tai true demon couldn't hold it in anymore and spoke angrily. Almost all the primordial unity true demons had requested to fight as soon as the first one started. There was only one primordial unity immortal who did not seem to fit in with the group. He stood far away from them. That was the Soul Death Demon Monarch. After he died once, his cultivation base fell to the peak of the primordial unity true immortal realm. He lost his title of Demon Monarch and could only become a general of a Demon Monarch. His eyes were filled with mockery. Devil Monarch Dawnlight, if you guys still don't make a move, you guys will be punished according to the military rules. A majestic voice rang out. The terrifying sound waves directly swept toward Azura planet. The expressions of Dragon Riding Immortal and the other two changed. They waved their hands and set up a forbidden technique, causing a golden wall to appear before everyone. The terrifying sound waves blasted onto the golden wall, and after about 3 breaths of time, the golden wall shattered. However, it had already negated most of the aftershock. The remaining aftershocks transformed into a gust of raging wind, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. Who is it? It can't be a Devil Emperor, right? All the immortals in the immortal world had looks of astonishment on their faces. Their gazes instantly turned heavy when they looked at the live broadcast. As for the immortals on Azura planet, they immediately shut their mouths and looked in the direction of the devil race with bewilderment. They only saw a figure stepping through the air imposingly, appearing above the blood pool Devil Monarch and the others. We pay our respects to Lord Hex. The blood pool Devil Monarch and the others bowed. The person who came was none other than the late-stage Devil Emperor, whose cultivation base was only inferior to Yen. Senator Hex coldly snorted. His gaze landed on Lucifer, Dawnlight, and the others. If you guys still don't act, I will personally punish you guys. Yes, Devil Emperor. Lucifer, Dawnlight, and the others clasped their hands with ugly expressions. After that, they disregarded everything else and unleashed their strongest attacks, directly attacking Dragon Riding Immortal and the other two. At this instant, devil flames towered up into the sky. The battle has begun. The situation on Azura planet isn't looking good. The devil race has a Devil Emperor guarding them. It's over for us. Not only did the immortals in the immortal world have a pessimistic attitude toward this battle, even the immortals on Azura planet, from supreme immortals to human immortals, felt somewhat at a loss. The other party had a Devil Emperor. How should they fight this battle? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.